Chapter 993. Why was Zhang Xuanyu the one who made a move? Naturally, he was the one who wanted to make a move the most. Han Fei crossed his arms and watched from the side. Luo Xiaobai said, "It's not uncommon for people to have two professions. There are even people with 3 professions. This child's reaction speed is very fast. His talent should be good." Han Fei smiled and said, "If his aptitude was poor, I don't think anyone would stop him from attending the banquet." The flesh on Lu Renkuang's face trembled as he said, "Actually, should we accept him?" Li Luo suddenly said, "Did you guys notice that there's something wrong?" Han Fei and the others looked at Li Luo. "What's the problem?" Li Luo said, "There's something wrong with that child's spider silk. It's poisonous. Furthermore, the power that he erupted with just now exceeded that of a junior fishing master. He should have used some special secret technique. Furthermore, his mother did the same, although she was restrained by the maidservant just now. You definitely didn't notice that poison was spreading on one of her fingers. She deliberately let the maidservant restrain her." Han Fei and the others were slightly shocked, because the level of this battle was very low for them. No one paid careful attention. Hearing Li Luoluo's words, Han Fei and the others couldn't help but be speechless. Luo Xiaobai said, "I remember now. In the 1,000-star city, there are actually many people who don't live a good life. They can't come into contact with profound things, so they will accept and cultivate some unorthodox things. And among this group of people, most of them are hunters." Han Fei frowned and said, "Unorthodox?" Luo Xiaobai said indifferently, "It's just a form of address. It usually appears at the bottom of society. Someone had once relied on such a cultivation method to rise to power. Therefore, there are actually many people who take this path. There's a joke that there are 800 unorthodox methods and 3,000 unorthodox methods." Han Fei grinned. "Interesting." In the courtyard, the maidservant glared at Zhang Xuanyu. "Young master, do you know what you're doing?" Zhang Xuanyu leaned against the wall and didn't even move. Instead, he looked at the mother and son and said, "Aren't we going to the banquet? Go." Yang Qing'er hurriedly bowed to Zhang Xuanyu. "Thank you for your help, young master." With that, Yang Qing'er pulled Su Sanqian and walked to the outer courtyard. Although Zhang Xuanyu had helped, she couldn't believe it. Zhang Xuanyu was too young, but he was still so strong. This meant that the other party had a powerful background. After all, she was someone who had seen the world. She knew that there were many disciples from prestigious clans. Helping out was just a casual action. Furthermore, there were some who were plotting even more. Therefore, she did not dare to believe it easily. If this person had other plans, the mother and son would not be able to resist. Seeing that the mother and son had left, Zhang Xuanyu clicked his tongue and said, "He looks pretty good, but he's not my fish." Buzz. Zhang Xuanyu withdrew his pressure and walked out lazily. He didn't bicker with the maid, but he knew what would happen next. He was looking forward to it. The servant girl naturally did not dare to argue with Zhang Xuanyu. Seeing that Zhang Xuanyu had left, he heaved a sigh of relief and then left in a hurry. Not far from the courtyard, Han Fei looked at Zhang Xuanyu with a faint smile and said, "I thought you would take him in directly. That kid looks pretty good." Zhang Xuanyu grinned and said, "It's one thing to help, but it's another to take him in. I know this. Today, it depends on his performance. It depends on how he performs at the banquet later." Han Fei and the others had high standards, and it didn't matter if they had a spiritual heritage testing stone or not. After all, everyone's initial spiritual heritage was not high, including Xia Shaochan. The one with the highest spiritual heritage was probably Lu Renkuang. Of course, growing spiritual heritage was not a problem. It turned out that as long as there were enough opportunities, it was not impossible to get a way to improve one's spiritual heritage. The few of them strolled around again. During this period, they also secretly peeked at a few children, but nothing special happened. Just after half an hour, when Han Fei and the others were about to continue to stroll around and see the children of the Su family's direct bloodline, a group of people suddenly came and blocked Han Fei and the others in a garden. Zhang Xuanyu smiled and said, "Look, I know this trick. I knew it would come." A woman appeared in front of Han Fei and the others with an old servant and 2 maidservants. The beautiful woman pointed at Zhang Xuanyu with a cold expression and said, "Lu, is this the person you said?" The maidservant, who had been sent away by Zhang Xuanyu, raised her head. "Madam, it's him. He's the one who let Su Sanqian and his mother go. Take him down." Without asking for the reason, the beautiful woman pointed at Zhang Xuanyu arrogantly. This was because she knew that there was no one on Pure Sun Island that she couldn't afford to offend. Who cared which family he was from? She just had to take him down. As for living in the inner courtyard, she only knew that the Thug Academy was about to return. Su Yang was about to introduce Han Fei and the others to the outside world. Before the introduction, she naturally didn't say much. This made the beautiful woman feel that those who could take in disciples must be middle-aged or even old men. How could they be such young people? In fact, if she went out often and knew what was happening in the outside world, she would definitely discover Han Fei and the others' uniqueness immediately. However, as soon as she appeared, she wanted to take them down. Even Han Fei and the others were a little surprised. The old man behind the beautiful woman appeared in front of Zhang Xuanyu in the blink of an eye. The latter directly exploded, and almost instantly the corridor where Han Fei and the others were collapsed. The beautiful woman and the 2 maidservants vomited blood and were sent flying. As for the old servant who attacked, he bled from his 7 orifices and was blasted away by a punch. A house collapsed and the ground shook 3 times. Han Fei couldn't help but look at Luo Xiaobai. "Didn't you say that these people are very shrewd?" "Why?" Luo Xiaobai was silent for a while. "Perhaps this is an exception." Han Fei looked at the hanging fisher, servant behind them. Because of Han Fei and the others' protection, this person was only standing in the ruins and wasn't injured. This person was sweating profusely as he respectfully sent a voice transmission. "This is Second Master's 3rd Madam." After all, this person was a member of the Su family. He still wanted to live, so he only said the identity of the visitor and didn't reveal anything. And Miss Zhao was also a peak-level hidden fisher, so the soul explosion just now wasn't aimed at her. Therefore, she was just embarrassed, unlike her 2 maidservants who were bleeding from their 7 orifices and fell to the ground. At this moment, she was horrified. "Who are you?" The moment Zhang Xuanyu dared to make a move, she realized that she had overlooked something. Zhang Xuanyu grinned and said, "Why? Where's your imposing manner just now?" Luo Xiaobai looked up at the sky. "Don't tell me the Su family didn't notice this." As soon as Luo Xiaobai said that, she saw 2 old men appear together. One was old man Ku Shuai with a smile on his face, and the other had an ugly expression. When the beautiful woman saw the old man, her expression changed drastically. "Second Patriarch, why are you here?" The old man snorted. "Why am I here? Usually if you threw a tantrum, the family would turn a blind eye to it. But today, you offended a distinguished guest of the Thug Academy. What do you want?" When Han Fei and the others heard this, they didn't panic. They were just a little puzzled, as if they had been schemed against. The old man turned around and smiled at Han Fei and the others. "Little friends, the Zhang family has been negligent in this matter. The Zhang family will definitely punish you severely." The old man's gaze turned cold as he glanced at the beautiful woman and shouted at the void, "Su Cheng, get over here!" No one knew who the old man was talking to, but a figure flew over at an extremely fast speed. It was a middle-aged man at the level of a junior law enforcer. This person glanced around and immediately scolded. "Xiao Baobao, what did you do? Hurry up and apologize to me." The old man snorted and said, "Your wife is usually unruly and willful. Today is a busy day. I was slightly careless, and she actually offended a young friend from the Thug Academy. She must be severely punished. From today onwards, Xiao Baobao is no longer the daughter-in-law of the Su family. Tell her to scram back to the Zhao family." Zhang Xuanyu and the others were surprised. F***CK, is the punishment so severe? They looked at each other. Although this was very satisfying, it didn't seem necessary, right? The beautiful woman was dumbfounded, although she was shocked by the identities of Han Fei and the others. How could she be divorced? Su Cheng's expression was ugly. He went up and slapped her twice. He berated, "All right, do you want to cause trouble for the Su family? Good, good, good. Your Zhao family is amazing. They actually raised a woman like you." Then she heard Su Cheng scolding her, and a magical divorce letter appeared. Zhao Baobao cried and cursed. "Su Cheng, you son of a B*****TSH. This is clearly a misunderstanding. Your Su family bullied me. If you dare to divorce me today, I'll fight you to the death." Han Fei and the others had already become onlookers. For some reason, they had become spectators. However, Luo Xiaobai said via voice transmission, "We've been tricked. The Su family was waiting for us to come and investigate. They were waiting for us to have a conflict with this woman so that they could take the opportunity to chase this woman away." Han Fei and the others were dumbfounded. "Why?" Luo Xiaobai said, from the conversation, "The Zhao family is stronger than the Su family. To be able to force the Su family to use us to chase this woman away, it means that they need this excuse. Because of the involvement of the Thug Academy, the Zhao family definitely won't dare to retaliate for the time being. If they want to rope us in, it means that the Su family is either far inferior to the Zhao family, or they're thinking about the future. Once the lifespan of an explorer is broken, the Su family may be involved by the Zhao family. The result can be imagined. If the Su family is completely destroyed, the Zhao family will annex the Su family's resources and rise." Han Fei took a deep breath. "You figured it out just like that?" Li Luoluo was dumbfounded. "Are they so scheming?" Zhang Xuanyu sneered. "For a big family, nothing is impossible." Lu Renquang stuffed dried fish into his mouth. "It's so complicated. I don't want to understand." Luo Xiaobai said, "However, we won't be used for nothing." Chapter 994. He wondered if Luo Xiaobai had ever encountered such a cliché divorce. Anyway, Han Fei and the others had never encountered such a thing. How could he divorce his wife just like that? Su Cheng clearly knew about it long ago and even slapped his wife twice. This scene could be seen in a TV series. This matter was resolved very quickly. In less than half an hour, while Zhao Baby was cursing, she had already been taken away. Han Fei and the other sighed. Did the TV series end so quickly? Only then did Su Qing come to Han Fei and the others and apologize. As for the explorer known as the Second Patriarch, he stayed behind and smiled at Han Fei and the others. "My little friends, I'm really sorry. Although we shouldn't wash our dirty linen in public, we really had no choice this time." Luo Xiaobai asked, "What compensation?" Luo Xiaobai was straightforward enough. She had seen through this trick long ago. Furthermore, she was smart enough to know that since it had already happened, the Thug Academy had a share in this matter. Although her impression of the Su family had plummeted, this wasn't the time to fall out. Asking for compensation was the best choice. Han Fei smiled and said, "Before that, we still need to know one more thing. I just want to know if the mother and daughter in the small courtyard were acting." The old man shook his head with a smile. That was definitely not an act. That mother and son did take the unorthodox path, but that child's talent is really good. A low-grade LV6 spirit vein might not be able to enter the eyes of these few young friends, but that child's temperament is excellent and he can endure it. Zhang Xuanyu frowned. If you knew that he was talented, why did you place them in such a place? And they were even bossed around by a maidservant. The old man sighed. Our Sioux family has long declined. Many of the children in the family are useless. My little friends, you have to know that in order to release a person's potential, we have to suppress him, polish him, and even have hatred in our hearts. Only in this way may there be a chance in the future. Luo Xiaobai said, "You've long taken a fancy to him?" The old man nodded. "It's true that we took a fancy to him, and it's also true that we deliberately indulged our servants. Of course, we will ensure that they are alive. And this child is one of the children that our Sioux family wants to send to the Thug Academy." Lu Renquang mumbled, "I really don't understand. It's so hard to be a disciple of a large clan." Li Luo snorted. "It seems that it's better to stay in the town. The town is free and doesn't have so many schemes." Zhang Xuanyu curled his lips. "It's just that you didn't see it." Han Fei nodded. "Okay, we'll see. However, Senior Su, the first time we came here, we were used. This doesn't make sense, right? We have to make it up to him." The old man smiled and said, "Naturally, this is the compensation. From today onwards, the Sioux family will completely stand on the side of the Thug Academy. My Sioux family can handle anything that is inconvenient for you, my Sioux family." Luo Xiaobai asked in surprise, "What trouble do you have?" The old man sighed slightly. "To tell you the truth, the Sioux family is declining. We two explorers are only about 800 years old. Unfortunately, we were forced to consume too much of our lifespan, leaving us with less than 10 years of lifespan. If the two of us die, the Sioux family will not be far from complete decline." Han Fei took a deep breath. What a bold old man. He's betting all his treasures on the Thug Academy. Han Fei said lightly, "Are you sure you can get the corresponding returns by doing this?" The old man smiled and said, "As long as one of the chosen children rises, the Sioux family will be alive. As long as these two people don't die, the Sioux family will not be destroyed." Luo Xiaobai suddenly asked, after learning that the Thug Academy has returned, "You should have investigated the Scattered Stars Island, right?" The old man nodded slightly. "I've heard of it. You are all legendary figures. You can be said to be peerless and superior to all the big families." Luo Xiaobai said, "Then are you still going to bet on the Thug Academy?" The old man grinned and smiled brilliantly. "Since the Thug Academy is willing to put you in the 1,000-star city, why wouldn't the Sioux family dare to bet?" The old man's words rendered Han Fei and the others speechless. After all, the Thug Academy was once a glorious big family and dared to bet on anything. Moreover, it was a gamble of all or nothing. But did the Thug Academy need it? Of course. With two explorers in charge for 10 years, even if they offended a small family, they could still accept 2 students. Only idiots wouldn't want such a good thing. Han Fei shrugged. "Okay, it's just the Zhao family. Anyway, they can't defeat the Chu sect and the Chao family. It's no big deal. Since we've already met one person, where is the other one?" The old man smiled and said, "Little friends, please go to the banquet. If I'm there, people will be suspicious. I'm afraid I can't accompany you." Han Fei and the others understood the old man's concerns. They were about to die. How could they not have any concerns? Luo Xiaobai said, "Okay, then let's go to the banquet." Han Fei had a feeling that something was wrong. As soon as he came in, he was schemed against. Although the outcome of being schemed against wasn't too bad, it still didn't feel right. Compared with these old foxes, he was like a piece of blank paper. Luo Xiaobai said, "Don't worry. The Sioux family is betting on the Thug Academy. Besides, at this juncture, the sudden appearance of the Thug Academy is their life-saving straw. They have to grab it." At this moment, the butler was already waiting halfway, welcoming Han Fei and the others with a smile. It was as if he didn't know what had happened just now. The Sioux family's welcoming banquet was held in the courtyard, brightly lit everywhere. The entire banquet was more than 2,000 meters long, and there were more than 100 tables. At the front of the banquet was a place that looked like an arena. Han Fei's table was closest to the arena. Su Yang personally accompanied them. There were also some people who shouldn't be from the Su family, but were quite famous. After Han Fei and the others took their seats, Su Yang introduced, "Little friends, these are all famous families of the Pure Sun Island. This is Lu Qingji, an advanced law enforcer. He's in charge of the Pure Sun Island's trade market. This is..." In fact, Han Fei wasn't interested in these people at all. Luo Xiaobai wasn't interested either, so she could only respond, "If you want to enter the Thug Academy, you have to pass the assessment. Family Master Su, almost everyone should be here. Let all the children of the Su family come out." Su Yang smiled and said, "Little friends, do you want to announce to the public that the Thug Academy is about to recruit students? Then, do you want to take the test?" Han Fei nodded. "Okay." Immediately, Han Fei's figure flashed and appeared on the arena. The moment Han Fei stood on the arena, everyone's eyes were focused on him. The voices of conversation also became softer. Han Fei said, "My name is Han Fei, the acting president of the Thug Academy on the Pure Sun Island in the Thousand Star City. I believe everyone who came today should have more or less heard the news of the return of the Thug Academy. I won't waste any more time. The Thug Academy will start recruiting students tomorrow. However, it's only recruiting 3 people. Why 3 people? Because we'll be recruiting 2 later. Anyone can participate. Those who want to come, gather outside the Thug tomorrow." Wow! Countless people were dumbfounded. What the hell? Your school is only recruiting 3 people? Someone said, "Only 5 people in total." Someone was speechless. "Isn't this too much of a joke? Is this still an academy?" Someone stood up and said, "Little friend, even the former Thug Academy wouldn't only recruit 5 people." Han Fei immediately said, "Don't call me little friend. You can call me President Han. The acting president is also the president." The man rolled his eyes. "You're just a peak-level hidden fisher. Do you think you deserve to be the president?" Someone sneered. "Huh. If a hidden fisher can be the president of an academy, is it still the Thug Academy of the past? Can you still go?" Han Fei naturally wouldn't be afraid. In fact, he didn't care about anyone here. The Thug Academy had never relied on recruiting disciples. Except for Chu Jinan and Ling Yuan, who were recruited in this way, Luo Xiaobai, and the others were not recruited in this way. Han Fei sneered. "Come or not, the Thug Academy has always been open-minded in its recruitment. Anyone who can come in will become a talent if they don't die. That's all I have to say. The rest is up to you." Just as Han Fei was about to step down, someone suddenly sneered. "What if you, the acting president of the Thug Academy, lose?" Suddenly, someone flew down from the sky, and that person was clearly a law enforcer. Everyone looked up and found that this person was actually an intermediate law enforcer, and his aura seemed to be stronger than that of the intermediate law enforcers that Han Fei had encountered. Han Fei immediately looked at Su Yang. "Are you invited?" Su Yang stood up. "Who are you? It's not appropriate for you to come uninvited, right? Ha ha ha." The man laughed and said, "Who cares who I am? Since the Thug Academy has started to recruit students, we have to see if they have the ability, right? Don't let a few peak-level hidden fishers mess around here. Isn't that a joke?" Han Fei immediately understood. They were here to cause trouble. Su Yang shouted, "Sir, do you think it's so easy to break into the Su family? If you don't leave, don't blame me for being merciless." The man said disdainfully, "Family Master Su, why? These teenagers have just come to the Thousand Star City, and they've already established a relationship with your Su family? I'm just questioning, not doing anything wrong. What can you do to me, Family Master Su?" Han Fei stepped into the air. "Well, do you want to know if I, the acting president, have the ability? Yes. Let's have a life-and-death battle. Do you dare to fight now?" Wow. There was an uproar below. Someone exclaimed, "He's indeed from the Thug Academy. He's always so arrogant. Someone sighed. Although Han Fei seems to have the record of fighting 1 against 5, junior law enforcers and intermediate law enforcers are two different concepts. But beginner and intermediate enforcers are two different concepts. Why did I hear that Su Li also went? His explosive power is comparable to that of an intermediate law enforcer. On the other side, the teenagers who had been prepared all looked up at the sky as if they were listening to a heavenly book. On the other side, the youths who were already prepared were all looking up at the sky as if they were listening to a heavenly book. Is this the strength of the Thug Academy? Is this the strength of the Thug Academy? Chapter 995. Above the Su family, Han Fei stood proudly in the void. The appearance of the phantom glass wings caused an uproar. Wind God Pearl. It's definitely the Wind God Pearl. Someone took a deep breath. He's probably a peerless genius. He even obtained the Wind God Pearl. Someone said enviously, no wonder he dares to be so overbearing. If you can even obtain the Wind God Pearl, what's the big deal about challenging someone of a higher level? Someone sighed. It's the Thug Academy after all. If they weren't real geniuses, would they dare to rely on a few hidden fissures? And the man opposite Han Fei looked gloomy. It was true that he was here to make trouble, but he didn't expect Han Fei to be so shameless. It was a life and death battle the moment they arrived. Even if he won, he wouldn't be able to kill Han Fei. But if he lost, not only would he lose face, he might even die. However, he was frowning. Although Han Fei had a 1-on-5 record, those were all junior law enforcers. As for himself, he was already at the peak of the intermediate level. His strength reached 8 waves, and with the help of his secret method, his strength was nearly 20 waves. There was no way he would lose to a peak-level hidden fissure. It was said that this kid's strength was not stronger than Su Li's. In other words, even if Han Fei fully exerted his strength, he could only unleash about 15 waves. Could it be that his speed was fast? His law enforcer was speed enhancement. There was no reason for him to be slower than him. Thinking of this person was immediately filled with confidence. Even if Han Fei had other extraordinary means, he could only defeat him at most, but he couldn't kill him. If he won, the Thug Academy would have a bad start and would only struggle in the 1,000-star city. He said, "Good, the acting president of the Thug Academy is indeed a bit bold. Since you want to fight, I'll fight with you." Below, Zhang Xuanyu curled his lips and said, "This person is finished." Lu Renquang was smacking his lips and eating. He wasn't worried at all. He smiled and said, "At least in the realm of law enforcer, I don't want to fight Han Feifei." Luo Xiaobai slightly nodded. "After you become an explorer, the effects of the secret techniques will be greatly reduced. I can give it a try then." Li Luoluo looked at them in shock. "Hey, why are you guys so confident? The other party must have come prepared. You still don't understand the law enforcers. Peak mid-level is already very strong." Luo Xiaobai shook her head. "No, you don't understand." Above, Han Fei grinned and said, "Then let's begin." Buzz. Both of them instantly flew up into the sky. Otherwise, if it was too close to the ground, a casual touch would cause damage. In the blink of an eye, more than half of the people below could no longer see the two figures. The middle-aged man sneered, "You asked for it." But Han Fei didn't speak at all. He just waved his hand casually, and a long saber instantly cut through the void, as if he had just done a simple thing. Pucci! The broken body fell from the sky, and the long saber had already disappeared without a trace. Han Fei grumbled as he flew down, "You talk too much." In the backyard of the Su family, the expressions of the two elders suddenly changed. One of them said, "That strike just now was from a peak law enforcer?" The other person nodded hard. "That's right. He must be a peak law enforcer." He easily tore through the void. This strength has already surpassed Su Yang. Not just Su Yang. If the explorers didn't come out, no one would be able to defeat them. This was really too terrifying. Did the disciples of the Chu sect and the Chow family have this ability? A hidden fisher slaughtered a law enforcer with just one strike? In the backyard of the Su family, the two explorers were deeply shocked. In the distance, an explorer in the void narrowed his eyes and murmured, punishing Saber. Looks like it's impossible to shake them with this kind of small skirmish. With that, this person disappeared without a trace. At the welcoming banquet, the people who were looking up only felt a terrifying pressure descend. Then, Han Fei came down? Someone was speechless. Why did he come down? Is he not fighting anymore? Someone was surprised. Where's that law enforcer just now? A hidden fisher smiled bitterly. What do you mean by fighting? That law enforcer is already dead. What? Dead? No way. So fast? Isn't he an intermediate law enforcer? He died just like that? Bam. The next moment, everyone saw a broken body fall. The old butler of the Su family's expression changed. He quickly put away the body, thinking, don't let it affect the welcoming banquet. At the same time, the old butler was sweating all over. It was too terrifying. There was no way to block that saber at all. Even Su Yang had a faint sweat on his forehead. However, unlike others, he could tell that it didn't seem to be Han Fei's own strength. But even so what? It wasn't Han Fei's own strength, but he could use it. He didn't seem to be able to block this saber, let alone a mere intermediate law enforcer. Su Yang couldn't help but sigh for that person. Why did he have to do this? Since he could come to the 1,000-star city, how could he not have any trump cards? Great, he couldn't even use any laws and died instantly. He probably didn't even expect it. As for the children, they were still at a loss. How did he win just like that? Was he a fake law enforcer? Han Fei landed on the stage and smiled. If there are any more challengers, I don't mind. At that time, the whole place was buzzing and everyone was whispering to each other. Challenge? Is that a challenge? That's more like courting death. Only a fool would challenge him. Is it easy to become a law enforcer? It's over with one slash. Someone thought to himself, although the Thug Academy has been extinct for more than 30 years, it's easy to tell if there's anyone. No, when I go back today, I'll let my kid line up at the entrance of the Thug Academy. At least there are 3 more places. Let's see who can win. Seeing that no one responded to him, Han Fei returned to the dining table dejectedly. The way the people at the table looked at him had changed. Even Li Luoluo was dumbfounded. She had fought side by side with Han Fei. When did Han Fei become so strong? Su Yang said, "Everyone eat and drink well. The banquet is starting." On the other side, Su Yang gestured with his eyes, and the old butler flashed to the back of the arena and urged, "Young masters, young ladies, hurry up and go to the arena. Whether you can enter the Thug Academy or not depends on you." For a moment, the group of youths were nervous. If they hadn't seen the domineering law enforcer being slashed by Han Fei just now, they wouldn't have been so nervous. However, Han Fei had just killed a law enforcer in front of them. How could they not be afraid? Among this group of youths, many people had firm gazes. The opportunity was here. Let's see if we can be chosen. Su Sanqian clenched his fists. He wasn't horrified when he saw the scene just now. He only felt his blood boil. As a person, they should be like this. They shouldn't submit to others. With absolute strength, they should give themselves absolute confidence. Whoosh! He saw 52 youths enter the arena in a row. This was already a lot. This was because only 12 years old was the best golden age. If they could find a suitable candidate in this batch, then the Su family wouldn't even consider those of other ages. This was because this age was the easiest to mold. Luo Xiaobai looked at Su Yang and said, "Not all of them are here?" Su Yang smiled and said, "I'm ashamed. There are only 52 12-year-olds in the Su family." Zhang Xuanyu said, "There's no age limit. It's fine to take a look at all of them." Su Yang nodded. "If there's no one in this batch, the children between the ages of 9 and 13 will come up together. At this moment, all the children were staring at Han Fei and the others. Su Sanqian was staring at Zhang Xuanyu. This person just helped me and my mother. Is he also a senior of the Thug Academy? Su Yang stood up, picked up his wine glass, and downed it in one gulp. Today, I'm indebted to the Thug Academy for thinking highly of me. President Han, please take the test. Han Fei returned the toast and looked at the arena. Remember, this is a test. Keep your mind and your heart. With that said, Han Fei looked at Li Luoluo and said, Do me a favor and set up the insect illusion. Li Luoluo said in surprise, I'll take the test. Han Fei smiled and said, You do it. Even experts of the same realm as Li Luoluo were very afraid of her insect illusion, let alone a group of children. Han Fei had already made up his mind. If all of them failed, there was still another method. Li Luoluo waved her hand, and a gorgeous, seven-colored light scattered on the heads of the youths. At the banquet, everyone forgot to eat and was looking at the youths on the arena. However, in the blink of an eye, the group of youths fell to the ground. Someone cried, Insects, so many insects. Father, save me. Mother, mother, save me. Don't come over. Damn insects, don't come over. There were only 3 people who could last a breath of time. To Han Fei's surprise, the 3 of them should have good temperaments. Su Sanqian felt that his soul was trembling. Those colorful, odd-looking bugs were crawling all over his body. A strange pink centipede was searching for something in his mouth and nose, as if it wanted to crawl into his body. Su Sanqian shut his mouth tightly and tried to shatter the insects with a spiritual energy protective cover. However, the spiritual energy protective cover instantly shattered. It was useless. No, Su Sanqian, you must become a student of the Thug Academy. He recalled Han Fei's words. Keep your mind and your heart. Yes, live. If not, die. Feeling that there were insects drilling in his ears and nose, Su Sanqian shouted and opened his mouth, biting the centipede and a few unknown insects into his mouth. Below the stage, Li Luoluo said in surprise, This child is prepared to die. At this moment, 3 seconds had passed on the stage. The only one left standing was Su Sanqian. The others were already crying for their parents. This was only an illusion, but it wasn't something a group of children could accept. Su Yang sighed. A bunch of disappointing things. It's not like they haven't experienced pressure and attack illusions before. It's just changing to insects. Why don't they know how to be flexible? Li Luoluo looked at Han Fei. Do you want to continue? Han Fei shook his head. No, let's withdraw and see. As the illusion disappeared, some ran off the stage, some continued to cry, and some randomly released spiritual energy explosions. After a while, these youths finally recognized the situation. In the crowd, only Su Sanqian stood still. His body was straight as he looked at Han Fei and the others. Han Fei looked at Su Yang. The 3 of you stay here first. Han Fei pointed at Su Sanqian and the other 2 youths. Although the 2 youths had just moved and even sat on the ground, they gritted their teeth and persevered. However, they had been gritting their teeth and just didn't stand. Han Fei didn't doubt their temperament. Su Yang was overjoyed. The 3 of you come here. Su Sanqian and the other 2 were overjoyed. At the same time, the 3 of them firmly believed that there would definitely be a second round. They couldn't lose. Chapter 996. Although a 12-year-old child who had just been enchanted was the most malleable. However, talent was not just about malleability. Therefore, Han Fei and the others firmly believed that they should see all the people behind them. As Su Yang clapped his hands, a total of 123 children came. Zhang Xuanyu said in surprise, Why is there a shorty at the very edge? Han Fei and the others also noticed it. In the crowd, there was a rather childish little girl holding a wooden toy fish in her hand. His large eyes rolled around. his face full of bewilderment. Han Fei said with a smile, "Maybe it's just because it looks small. Let me tell you, a girl changes 18 times between childhood and womanhood. It's impossible to tell how tall she will grow in the future." Luo Xiaobai and Li Luoluo looked at Han Fei strangely. "You've invented another new word, and you're so good at it. It's as if you're very experienced." Han Fei laughed dryly. "Don't forget, you weren't that tall before." With that, Han Fei gestured, ignoring the gazes of Luo Xiaobai and the others. He looked at Li Luoluo and said, "Do the same test again." Li Luoluo frowned and said, "You already know that it's an illusion. As long as you overcome yourself, you'll be fine. Do you want me to increase the difficulty?" Han Fei shook his head. "No, there's still the next test." Li Luoluo nodded and waved her hand. The colorful mist spread out again. Sure enough, this time, it wasn't as exaggerated as the previous time. Only a dozen or so people screamed in horror. No matter how terrified most people were, they would at most sit on the ground or take a few steps back. However, this time, the standard was different from before. Su Sanqian and the others persisted until the end. In this batch, if they moved their position, they would be eliminated, even if it was only a small step. Han Fei looked at Su Yang and said, "This is the simplest test." Su Yang nodded with a dry smile, feeling a little emotional. The decline of the Su family wasn't without reason. Once they experienced the real test, they would forget about their daily training. Luo Xiaobai said indifferently, "The people eliminated are basically children under the age of 12. There are only 5 of them left. Only 7 or 8 13-year-olds have been eliminated. We can proceed to the next step." "Zhang," Xuanyu muttered. "That little girl is one of the 5. That's strange. She seems to be the smallest." Han Fei nodded and asked Li Luoluo to withdraw the illusion. After all the eliminated children were taken away, he looked at Su Sanqian and the other 3 and said, "The 3 of you go on stage." The 3 of them perked up, knowing that the second round of assessment was about to begin. However, apart from Su Sanqian, the other 2 felt that it was unfair. After all, the same testing method would definitely not be as effective as the first time. Now, there were nearly 50 people left on the stage. In this way, his chances of being chosen would decrease once again. However, Su Sanqian didn't think so. He was already used to unfair treatment. He knew that powerhouses wouldn't care about such a small matter. What he needed to do was to be himself, successfully pass the second round of assessment and stand at the end. When everyone was curious about how Han Fei would carry out the second test, Han Fei said to the people in the arena, "As a cultivator, you can make up for anything you lack, but you can't lack perseverance. From now on, all of you are to stand within 1 meter of where you are. Do not fall to the ground. In the end, I'll choose 2 people." Han Fei gave a reminder, and his words were clear. Most people, including Su Yang, guessed that Han Fei would use the most ordinary means of coercion. However, Han Fei flipped his hand, and a series of bangs burst out on the ring. At this moment, at least 10 people suddenly sat on the ground. Hiss! The law of gravity. Su Yang and the others were all law enforcers at Han Fei's table. How could they not tell? Han Fei directly exerted gravity on everyone and eliminated nearly a dozen people in the blink of an eye. The children who had already sat on the ground looked confused. Someone cried, "I just didn't react in time. I can resist this gravity." Someone begged, "Senior, give me another chance." Without needing Han Fei to speak, Su Yang shook his head slightly and shouted in a low voice, "Don't affect the others' assessment. All of you leave." Zhang Xuanyu suddenly said, "That little girl is still here." Han Fei and the others were speechless. "Why do you keep paying attention to that little girl?" Han Fei was a little disdainful. It seemed that Zhang Xuanyu had the potential to start in 3 years. However, Han Fei was also a little surprised. He looked at the little girl, who was still holding a toy in her hand and often raised her hand to fiddle with the toy in her hand. Huh, she's a little special. Luo Xiaobai looked at Su Yang and said, "Is she born with divine strength?" Su Yang was a little surprised. This child is a little special. Although her spiritual heritage is a little low, her endurance is extremely strong, but her cultivation speed isn't fast. Even now, she's only a level 8 fisher. Han Fei asked, "How old is she?" Su Yang said in shame, "This child is born petite and young. She's only 9 years old." Han Fei smiled and said, "Okay, let's eat first." This level only tested patience and perseverance. The gravity Han Fei exerted was different, but it was slowly increasing. Almost every second, it increased by about 10 kilograms. Within 100 seconds, 3 to 5 people couldn't hold on and fell to the ground one after another. After half an hour, nearly 10 people couldn't hold on and fell to the ground. At this time, every increase in gravity was likely to be the last straw that broke the camel's back. However, Han Fei didn't feel that it was enough. Half an hour later, there were only 8 people left standing on the stage. Zhang Xuanyu added, "That little girl is still there." Han Fei grunted, "Wait a little longer." This time, other than the little girl, even Su Sanqian's knees were bent and he was sweating profusely. Most people spread their legs apart, trying to make themselves more resistant. As for Han Fei, he didn't increase his strength that much. Almost every 10 seconds, he only increased his strength slightly. Below the stage, many members of the Su family were nervous. A man said, "Son, you must hold on. If you can hold on for a while, your future will be limitless." Someone clenched his fists nervously. "Daughter, you must not admit defeat. If you win, you will have everything." Among them, a voice said, "Darling, put down your toy. That thing is heavy." When Han Fei heard this voice transmission, he knew that the person was talking to the little girl. However, the little girl still acted cute and refused to put down her toy. Han Fei and the others looked at each other. "Isn't this little girl a little too tough? She's only a level 8 fisher." Han Fei couldn't help but increase the gravity on her until it increased by another 500 kilograms. The little girl blushed and wanted to raise her head to look up. After another hour, there were only 5 people left on the stage. Han Fei suddenly said, "Okay, that's it. Let's take the test for a day and stand for 12 hours first." Puff! Thud! Hearing Han Fei's words, 2 people fell to the ground. "What? 12 hours? It's only been an hour, and it's already like this. What will happen after 12 hours? Su Yang was speechless as he watched from the side. Where did their brains go? Do you believe what he says? He's just bluffing. At this point, there were only 3 people left on the stage. Su Sanqian, the little girl, and an advanced fishing master who gritted his teeth and persisted. A 13-year-old advanced fishing master. Not bad, but just now, there were people at a higher realm than him. However, not many people had persisted until now. To be precise, the young man and Su Sanqian were on par. Han Fei looked at Su Yang. "Who's that young man?" Su Yang smiled faintly. "That's my great-grandson." Han Fei understood. No wonder, he's a direct descendant. With that said, Han Fei removed the gravity on the little girl and waved. "Come here." Below the stage, a man and a woman were overjoyed. Their daughter had actually passed. They had always felt that their daughter's physique was a little special, but her spiritual heritage wasn't high. It was only level 3 high quality. Logically speaking, it was impossible for her to be selected. However, the truth exceeded everyone's expectations. Han Fei said to Su Sanqian and the other young man on the stage, "Of the 2 of you, whoever lasts until the end will be a student of the Thug Academy. As for how long you can last, it's up to you." With that, Han Fei pretended to be profound as he held his wine glass and leaned against a chair. He looked at the little girl who was still holding a toy in her hand and asked, "What's your name?" The little girl looked around and saw her parents winking at her, so she said innocently, "My name is Sophie." Pooh! Han Fei's eyes widened. He spat out his wine and almost fell. Su Yang and the others looked at Han Fei in astonishment. "What's wrong? Could it be that you've heard of it before?" Su Yang smiled and said, "President Han, have you heard of Nanan? I named her because I hope that she can grow up to be a normal woman in the future." Cough, cough. Han Fei hurriedly sat up straight. "Well, this name isn't very good. I think we should change it." Everyone. Zhang Xuanyu said leisurely, "Fei Fei, can you see a person's luck from their name?" Luo Xiaobai was also puzzled. "I think it sounds pretty nice." Han Fei's expression turned serious. "No, a name carries luck. It's not appropriate. I have to change it." Su Yang smiled and said, "Ha ha ha, this is a small matter. It's fine as long as her surname is still Su." As he spoke, Su Yang sent a voice transmission to Sophie's parents, and the couple hurriedly stepped forward. The woman said, "Change, you have to change it. I've always felt that Fei Fei's name doesn't match her temperament. President Han is a sensible person. Please give her a name, President Han." The man nodded. "Actually, Fei Fei is just a nickname. Yes, she's still underage. She can change it at any time." Sophie was dumbfounded. She thought to herself, "Do I have to change my name to study in school?" Han Fei said leisurely, "Ha, cough, cough. Then let me pinch my fingers." Han Fei gestured for a long time, looking like a little quack. Su Yang almost rolled his eyes. In the end, Han Fei said leisurely, "I think Su Daiji should be good." Everyone. Chapter 997. Seeing that everyone was looking at him, Han Fei shook his head with a leisurely expression. "I vaguely comprehended the heavenly Tao and had an epiphany about bestowing a name. I vaguely feel that this name has become a demon. In the future, I might become a king and have great fortune." Hearing Han Fei's bragging, Luo Xiaobai and the others immediately lost interest, although they didn't know why Han Fei insisted on changing her name. However, Han Fei was always murmuring. After so many years, they were used to it. Let him be. Su Yang smiled stiffly and said, Oh, really? That's good, very good." At this moment, Sophie's mother said, "Darling, remember your new name. Su Daji. From now on, you won't be called Sophie anymore." Her father also nodded. "Fei, Daji, from now on, you have to listen to President Han in school." Han Fei waved his hand. "Sai, in the academy, you should call me senior brother. I'm just recruiting students on behalf of my teacher. I'm still a student myself." Su Daji obviously didn't care what her name was. She stretched out her hand. "Toy." Han Fei glanced at her. "This girl is a little silly, but don't panic. The people of the Thug Academy have always been unique." "Just a toy? How can I have a toy?" With a thought, he summoned a piece of trash material and casually refined it. A moment later, a third-order Rubik's Cube appeared, and he threw it to Su Daji. Han Fei said, "Okay, since you're a member of the Thug Academy, you can sit at the table." Su Yang glanced at the couple and asked them to return to the table. Su Daji was arranged to sit next to Han Fei. However, this girl clearly wasn't interested in food. As for the Rubik's Cube, it was spinning noisily. The wooden fish toy in her hand had already fallen to the ground. She didn't even have the intention to pick it up. Han Fei smiled and said, "Senior Su, the other person you prepared is actually your great-grandson, right?" Han Fei looked at the rooftop and saw Su Yang nodding awkwardly. Ming is actually not bad. His talent is already outstanding in this generation of the Su family. Su Yang actually had a lot of doubts about Han Fei's choice of Daji. In his opinion, the two on the stage should be Han Fei's choice. He could not help but remind Fei, Daji's spiritual meridian is actually a little low. It's only a level 3, high-quality one. The Su family had suspected this before. After repeated tests, It's indeed only a level 3, high-quality one. Han Fei grinned. Spiritual heritage is not a problem. If spiritual heritage could directly determine a person's achievements, then the 1,000-star city would have been full of strong people. The Thug Academy doesn't care about that. After an entire 2 hours, all the people who came to the banquet dispersed. Most people didn't want to wait for Su Sanqian or Su Ming, who could last until the end. Furthermore, the reason why the Su family held this banquet was actually to tell everyone that they were on the same side as the Thug Academy. The other was to announce the return of the Thug Academy and the start of enrollment. As for the news that Han Fei killed an intermediate law enforcer with 1 slash, it would definitely spread throughout the Pure Sun Island tomorrow. Those who should know would know. Those who did not know would not pay too much attention to it. Everyone at Han Fei's table had left early, leaving only Su Yang and the old butler to accompany Han Fei and the others. As for Han Fei, only Luren Kwong was still stuffing himself with food. He wasn't that picky about food. As long as he could eat it, it was fine. Han Fei and the others all looked at Su Daiji. The girl was spinning the Rubik's Cube in her hand at a very fast speed. It was almost to the point of producing illusions. Su Yang was dumbfounded. This is the big box in the Thug Academy, right? He only knew that there was such a thing. But now, it seemed that after the color was completely messed up, it seemed extremely difficult to restore it. The one in Daji's hand was a level 3 cube, while the one in the Thug Academy was a level 4 cube. Su Yang could even imagine that although it was only 1 level higher, it was still a level 3 cube. However, Su Daiji had tried countless times when she couldn't grasp the essentials of this step. Ever since she obtained the cube, she had never stopped. Up until now, she could only piece one side together. Then, how should she spell the one in the Thug Academy? However, Han Fei, Luo Xiaobai, and the others didn't think so. The few of them exchanged glances, secretly. Is this girl AF * King hardcore player? Luo Xiaobai was even a little shocked. They had all looked at the blueprints and knew the steps before they could start. But Su Daiji? It seemed like she had only pieced one side together, but she was only 2 steps away from completing the cube. How terrifying was this level of talent? At this moment, Han Fei was even more certain that there was something wrong with Su Daji's spiritual heritage. She had to be extremely intelligent. Otherwise, how could she be so fast? While Su Daiji was focused on playing with the cube, Su Sanqian and Su Ming seemed to be reaching their limits in the arena. Su Yang couldn't bear it and said, President Han, actually Sanqian and Ming are quite talented. Can you know? Luo Xiaobai answered this question directly. She said, they are talented, but if we only choose one of the 3, we will choose Daiji. In other words, their talent doesn't mean anything. Compared to some big clans, there are many people who can do what they do. Su Yang sighed inwardly. That's true. In those top families, there were many people stronger than Su Sanqian and Su Ming. It was no wonder that Han Fei and the others were only willing to choose one. Su Sanqian's mother was standing in a distant corner. She didn't attend the banquet, nor did she have the right to. From the moment Su Sanqian went on stage, she had been here, gritting her teeth. She knew Su Sanqian and knew that he wasn't the kind of person who would give up. He would definitely win. On the stage, Su Sanqian felt that he couldn't hold on any longer. However, thinking of so many years of oppression and suffering, he knew that he couldn't afford to lose. If Su Ming lost, he would still be a direct descendant of the Su family. But he had lost. His life was over. He was unwilling to accept it. Suddenly, Han Fei and the others realized that the surrounding spiritual energy was surging slightly. Su Sanqian had actually broken through. Han Fei was slightly surprised. Interesting. Luo Xiaobai said, from the looks of it, he won. Zhang Xuanyu grinned. Yes, he won. Su Ming was competing in endurance. He wasn't much better than Su Sanqian. The moment Su Sanqian broke through, he sighed inwardly and thought, it's over. Su Ming couldn't hold on any longer and fainted on the ground as soon as he let go of his competitive spirit. Su Ming's father let out a long sigh. He picked up Su Ming and walked towards the back of the house. However, he didn't believe it. Would one really become that strong after entering the Thug Academy? He admitted that Han Fei was very strong. This was undeniable. However, it didn't mean that everyone could reach Han Fei's level, right? If that was the case, how could the Thug Academy have been defeated back then? At this moment, in the corner, Su Sanqian's mother burst into tears. At this moment, she finally couldn't hold it in anymore and burst into tears. Furthermore, the moment Su Sanqian broke through, Han Fei patted Zhang Xuanyu's shoulder and said to Luo Xiaobai and the others, "Let's go back to school." Luo Xiaobai naturally wanted to hold Su Daiji's hand. As for the girl, she jumped down from the chair and followed behind Han Fei, her hands never leaving the cube. Li Luo said curiously, "I bet she'll need at least 3 days to complete the last 2 steps." Luo Xiaobai was silent for a while. Tomorrow morning. Han Fei wasn't sure. I won't bet. The next morning, when Han Fei woke up, he sensed that there was already a long line outside the maze. There were hundreds of people. It was only daybreak. Han Fei wasn't in a hurry. He realized that Su Sanqian was fighting Zhang Xuanyu, while Su Daiji was playing with the cube. However, Su Daiji was playing with the cube now, so she didn't need to look at it directly. Her hands were subconsciously spinning the cube at an extremely fast speed as she stared at Su Sanqian, who was fighting. In less than 3 seconds, Han Fei saw Su Daiji finish putting the cube together. Then, she continued to scatter it, take a look, and continue spinning blindly. Wow, this girl is good. Is there something wrong with the Su family's brains? Such a talent is actually measured by spiritual heritage. In the arena, Zhang Xuanyu said, "Too slow. Don't use your nonsensical, unorthodox methods. They are full of loopholes." Su Sanqian had already been playing for half an hour. In the end, he didn't even touch the corner of Zhang Xuanyu's clothes. He fell countless times and was covered in dust. A moment later, Han Fei walked over slowly. Zhang Xuanyu said, "All right, that's all for the basic test." Su Sanqian hurriedly said respectfully, "Dean." Han Fei rolled his eyes. "Call me senior brother. Don't call me Dean in the future." "Yes, Dean. Senior brother." Su Daiji extended her hand to Han Fei again. She didn't say anything and looked a little aloof, but her expression was cute. She was short. Han Fei couldn't help but smile and rub her head. Su Daiji shook her head and stared at Han Fei angrily. Han Fei casually took out 2 fourth-order cubes and threw one to Su Daiji and the other to Su Sanqian. After Su Daiji received the 4th-order Rubik's Cube, she carefully placed the 3rd-order imitation into her pocket. His hands were already spinning the Rubik's Cube. Su Sanqian was confused. He looked at Su Daiji, who was having fun, but after spinning it a little, he was dumbfounded. What should I do? Before he could think, Han Fei threw another fish skin map to him. Don't figure it out yourself. Just look at the steps. Han Fei didn't expect everyone to be like Su Daiji. This girl had picked up a treasure. It was beyond Han Fei's expectations. Zhang Xuanyu said calmly, "Should I let them enter the library after I'm done?" Han Fei thought for a moment. Train their physique first. With his past experience, Han Fei knew that Zhang Xuanyu and Lu Renkuang were examples. They didn't have to temper their bodies, but this was definitely a foundation. Since he was here to accept students, he had to follow his teaching routine. As he spoke, Han Fei glanced at the 2 of them. "Follow me." A moment later, the group passed through the maze and arrived at the library. The Rubik's Cube in Su Daiji's hand fell to the ground. The little girl hurriedly picked up the Rubik's Cube and stared blankly at the gigantic Rubik's Cube above her head. Su Sanqian also took a deep breath. He looked at the cube in his hand and then at the cube above his head. His heart trembled. "What is this?" What is this place? Han Fei threw another jade slip to each of them. It was the demon level, divine quality, 108 spirit-absorbing ore bodies. It was much better than the incomplete version he had back then. Han Fei said, Su Sanqian, Su Daiji, this is a body tempering technique. I'm not asking you to take the path of body tempering. However, body tempering is the foundation of everything. When you can complete these 108 postures, we can start the class. Then Han Fei smiled and said, let's go. Continue to recruit students. Second night, asking for votes. End of this chapter. Chapter 998. The labyrinth was hundreds of kilometers long, and there were many twists and turns. Even Luo Xiaobai and the others would get lost without using teleportation arrays, perception, and without destroying the labyrinth itself, because there were many ultra-short distance teleportation arrays here. If they accidentally stepped into a teleportation array, they would find themselves in a strange place. Of course, not all teleportation arrays had problems. Some labyrinths were infinite loops. Once someone discovered that this was an infinite loop, the teleportation array would be the only way to the next labyrinth. When Han Fei and the others came to the front of the spiritual plant labyrinth, there was already a line of thousands of people, usually adults with children. Now, some people could still enter the labyrinth with their perception. After all, this labyrinth had not been completed yet. At present, only the framework had been completed, and the arrays inside were almost completed. Because the seal above the labyrinth had not been set up yet, those who were hidden fissures had more or less explored it. At a glance, they found that it was all a giant spiritual plant, wall piled up with spiritual plants. Someone was still discussing, this huge labyrinth must have a time limit to pass. If we don't fly over it, it'll be very difficult. Someone shook his head. No, have you noticed? The spiritual energy in this labyrinth is particularly abundant. Besides, the sign says that there are killing arrays inside. I'm afraid it's not as simple as a labyrinth. A parent said worriedly, the children are so young and they set up a killing array for the assessment? Will they really be fine? As soon as this question came out, many parents began to think, this assessment might be accompanied by some dangers. Look, it's out. Immediately, someone shouted, President Han, can we take the assessment today? President Han, what are the rules of this assessment? How long does it take to pass? President Han, is this labyrinth very dangerous? Is there any danger of death? President Han, for a moment, all kinds of questions burst out. It could be seen that everyone seemed to have accumulated a lot of questions. This Thug Academy really didn't look like an academy. This made it seem more like a mystic realm. Han Fei raised his hand and stopped everyone's voices. Don't panic, everyone. Let me briefly explain the rules. This rule is very simple. First of all, this labyrinth is also known as the Infinite Labyrinth. Although there are killing arrays inside, as long as you don't force your way through, you will basically not encounter stronger killing arrays. If one tried to force their way into the maze, they would have to bear the consequences. Secondly, the maze was only open to children from level 9 fishers to fishing masters. If one's strength exceeded the killing array, they would have to suppress their own strength, or else they would trigger the killing array. At that time, there would be danger. This labyrinth has no time limit, but if most people feel that they can't pass it, they should turn back to the shore. Maybe the Thug Academy isn't suitable for you. Hiss! No time limit? But there is a killing formation. Someone shouted, Dean Han, will we pass as long as we clear this maze? Han Fei said with a smile, of course. As long as you can walk through the maze with your own abilities, you'll pass. However, there are only 3 places left for the Thug Academy's enrollment. Hurry up if you want to enter. Someone asked, can we go in now? Of course, but everyone listen up. Don't try to take advantage of the situation. After you catch him, send him to the door and try again. Suddenly, someone shouted, Son, run. Hurry. Someone pushed his daughter. Quick, daughter, You must make good use of your manipulator talent." An old man shouted, "Grandson, it's useless to act rashly. We're not in a hurry. You have to find the flaws in this maze. Once you pass the maze, your future will be limitless." The scene was like a big fish tide. At least 1,000 children were rushing into the maze. Han Fei grinned and said, "Okay, everyone else, please wait patiently." Han Fei looked at Luo Xiaobai. "Are you invigilating the exam?" Luo Xiaobai asked. "What are you doing?" "I'm invigilating the exam and perfecting the mobile maze." Li Luo immediately raised her hand. "I'll help." Han Fei was speechless. "You can also set up arrays?" Li Luo nodded. "I'll plant some cordyceps." Luo Xiaobai impatiently led Zhang Xuanyu and Luren Kuang to invigilate the exam. Li Luo was an external employee, so she could do whatever she wanted. As long as she didn't transform, she could do whatever she wanted. After half an hour, Han Fei was standing on the spiritual plant wall that was about 10 meters high and carving arrays. Of course, it was impossible to carve small arrays one by one on a distance of more than 100 kilometers. Han Fei's plan was simple. He would directly turn this 100 kilometers into a large array. In the future, he could carve small arrays inside indefinitely. For array masters, as long as they had enough patience and time, and as long as they mastered array skills, they would eventually be able to make a terrifying array. This was just like how Rome wasn't built in a day, but once it was frozen for 3 years, it could be seen how deep the ice was. Therefore, don't underestimate an array master. What they made might far exceed their own strength. And Han Fei's current limit couldn't kill a peak-level law enforcer like old Jiang, but as long as he was given time, he could trap a law enforcer powerhouse. When the array was finally perfected, Han Fei felt that there was a chance to trap even an explorer. At this moment, on the plant wall, a little girl was wandering blindly in the maze. This was the 6th time Han Fei had seen this girl. Why did he see her so many times? Because the little girl had been walking on the wooden floor. Han Fei even wanted to remind her, "Why can't you just cross the wooden floor? Why don't you at least try to take a step?" After a while, Han Fei went around to the other side, where 3 teenagers were running wildly. Someone ran at the back. "Not good, those bugs are real." Han Fei asked, "Huh? Bugs? Where did the bugs come from?" Han Fei's figure flashed and appeared hundreds of meters away. In the maze passage here, a row of cordyceps stretched out from the spiritual plant wall, and a centipede was opening its mouth. It was actually alive. Han Fei's face immediately darkened. "I have an array. What is Li Luo up to this time?" "Forget it. It's just an ordinary bug with ordinary strength. Let's keep it." He saw a lot of spiritual energy, fluctuations in a passage in the distance, and Han Fei cursed. "Which son of a B*TCH climbed the wall? I haven't set up the array yet. Be careful or you'll die." When Han Fei arrived, he saw a boy lying on the ground, groaning and with a bruised nose and swollen face. Han Fei immediately cast a healing technique on him, stretched out his hand, drew an extremely short teleportation array, and sent him back to the door. On the spiritual plant wall, Luo Xiaobai and the others appeared and disappeared mysteriously, looking around. Of course, there were also many teenagers who were looking at the words and patterns on the spiritual plant wall in surprise. For example, when a girl saw the words "repent and be saved" on the spiritual plant wall, she curiously stretched out her hand. In the next second, she was sucked in. Outside the maze, an old man said in surprise, Lin, why are you back?" The little girl was dumbfounded. "Ah, why am I back?" For example, a boy saw the words "the road is under your feet" written on the wall, but as soon as he stretched out his hand, he slipped into an unfamiliar maze. The point was that in the boy's view, they were all spiritual plant walls. There was no difference. But when he looked back, he found that there was a teleportation array on the wall behind him. But the words "start again" were written on it. He was curious. Is this the way back? So he wanted to take the teleportation array again and go back to take a look. However, as soon as he touched it, he appeared at the entrance of the maze with a swoosh. Ah, why am I back? In addition to the road is under your feet, repent and be saved, start again, and so on, there were also many strange words. For example, there was thank you for your patronage. You have to return to the entrance after touching it. There was no way, but there was actually an entrance to the next maze. There was this place is dangerous. Touching it would trigger a killing array. There was do not climb, but no one climbed it. It was not until 6 hours later that there were youths who were extremely irritated. If you don't let me climb, I'll climb. In the end, after climbing, they appeared in another maze. Basically, by the second time they entered, most children seemed to have guessed that they had already found the trick to passing through the maze. As long as they mastered the routine of those teleportation arrays, they would definitely be able to pass through easily. So, after almost everyone came back a few times, finally, in the evening, a youth passed through the first stage of the teleportation maze. However, as soon as he entered the new maze, streaks of saber radiance swept toward him. This youth barely blocked 3 sabers, but in the end he realized that there was no need to block at all. This saber light was just a mechanism that would only slash in one place. He just had to avoid it. However, when he passed 7 or 8 saber lights consecutively, he suddenly realized that there were saber lights flashing repeatedly in all directions. He had to be able to block 3 saber lights at the same time, or he would be hit. However, this small place he was in not only had no saber lights, but there was also a teleportation array behind him. The youth was stunned on the spot. How was he going to pass this thing? Was he going to be slashed by a saber? After thinking for more than 10 breaths, the youth couldn't turn back. It wasn't easy to get here. How could he turn back? But all of a sudden, 3 streaks of saber radiance slashed toward him. Ah, you can't do this. He shattered 2 saber lights in a row, but he couldn't block the third one. His body accidentally left the safe zone and was directly hit by a saber, leaving a terrifying gash on his entire back. Not good. Save me. In the end, the youth chose to turn back. He had to. If he didn't, he would be killed. When night fell, almost half of the good children returned to the entrance. Someone cried, "Mom, I don't want to enter this maze anymore. It's full of traps." A teenager said angrily, "It's impossible to get in. The deeper you go, the more difficult it is. At the beginning, there are only teleportation arrays, and then there are killing arrays. It's impossible for anyone to pass." A girl cried, "There is also an illusion array inside. It clearly says congratulations on finding the entrance, but you'll be sent back to the outside of the maze after touching it." A lot of parents looked at each other in bewilderment. Is it really so mysterious? What the hell is this maze? Is it really so difficult? At this moment, Han Fei was still perfecting the maze. Luo Xiaobai suddenly appeared next to him. "Isn't this too difficult?" Han Fei shook his head. "In fact, it's not difficult. The first 100 kilometers are a test of temperament and wisdom. The middle 100 kilometers are a test of special abilities. They are either extremely fast, have excellent adaptability, or have special footwork, or have special contractual spiritual beasts. Anyway, only those with special abilities can pass. Basically, 90% of the people in the middle 100 kilometers will be eliminated. Those who can stay are all elites." Luo Xiaobai said helplessly, "What about the last 100 kilometers? The spiritual plants I set up are already very difficult." "What did you set up?" "Third, asking for votes." End of this chapter. Chapter 999. The last 100 kilometers. Han Fei grinned and said, "After we have the ability to respond to danger and special abilities, what else do we need to face?" Luo Xiaobai frowned and said, "These are just external factors. Sometimes these are not necessarily useful." Han Fei nodded. "So, the last 100 kilometers is the real selection. You are a manipulator, so your path is left for manipulators. and we naturally left our own things. I left a spirit gathering diagram. As long as you copy it, you will succeed. Luo Xiaobai nodded. What if you take the wrong path for different professions? I'm afraid it won't be easy for spirit gatherers to pass the maze of soul warriors. Han Fei grinned and said, How can everything be done according to plan? When we explore secret realms, we will also encounter unexpected situations. Luo Xiaobai nodded. That was true. This was just an entrance examination. If they really explored secret realms, everything was unknown and they might encounter all kinds of dangers. Han Fei grinned and said, Don't worry. Anyway, we will only accept 5 people. There will always be outstanding people among 100 people. Besides, there are thousands of people here. There will always be 1 or 2 who can stand out and walk out of the maze. Luo Xiaobai's mouth twitched. I'm not sure about that. However, I think you'd better make long-term plans. For the first 200 kilometers, lower the difficulty a little. Otherwise, it will be inconvenient for us to always save people. Responding to Luo Xiaobai's words, Han Fei continued to perfect the maze. In fact, helping the Thug Academy recruit students was just something Han Fei did out of boredom. Otherwise, in a place like the 1,000-star city, he wouldn't only recruit 5 people. When the time came, the 5 people would be a perfect combination. First, they would temper their bodies. Then, they would go to the library to look for cultivation techniques and battle skills. They would wait for a few months. Of course, if they could be a perfect combination, that would be the best. At least before Tang Ji's wedding, he wouldn't go to the Monument of Gods, the Sky Meditation Garden, and the Ideal Palace. If he caused any trouble again, it would affect Tang Ge and Mu Ling's wedding. That would be a big problem. Han Fei lay on the spiritual plant wall. What should I give? Old Han gave Tang Ge an ultra-quality divine halberd and the sun and moon concentric rings. Then, should I give him a pair of rings? No, he already has the sun-moon concentric rings. There's no point in giving matching rings, so it's better to give something more reliable. Han Fei thought of something. I can send fireworks. Yes, it's a wedding. It has to be a celebration. I'll ask the Su family to get some materials. This should be a matter of minutes. Suddenly, Han Fei sensed that someone had entered the last 100-kilometer maze. Immediately, Han Fei turned over and flew away. In the end, the man landed on the labyrinth where the armorists were. It was a youth dressed in rags, and there were bloodstains all over his body. The young man even cast a healing spell on himself. A spirit gatherer? Han Fei was surprised. This young man was only a junior fishing master, but he had already mastered healing skills. It seemed that he was quite talented. Besides, being able to come here as a spirit gatherer to a certain extent, it also showed that he should be involved in more than one profession. Lu Renquang seemed to have noticed the boy too. He came to Han Fei with a strawberry in his mouth and said, Are you a spirit gatherer? I agreed to your request. It's not easy to pass this test. Although I didn't leave any means of attack, I left a shield. The divine turtle has a shield. Han Fei asked in surprise, How do you break it? Lu Renquang smiled innocently. Attack the same point 100 times in 1 second. The strength of each attack is equal and continuous. You can break it. Han Fei looked at the boy in the maze, turned his head to look at the teleportation array, and then stepped over. Although the tests left by the 5 of them were different, they were definitely not easy. For example, although Lu Renquang didn't need to face sharp knives and swords, he needed to control his strength and speed to the extreme. This was more difficult than the admission assessment in the Blue Sea town. Similarly, the difficulty of his spirit gathering painting was also quite high. If he didn't copy it well, he would cause a spiritual energy explosion. As for the assessments of Zhang Xuanyu, Luo Xiaobai, and Li Luo, they should all be actual combat assessments, which could be regarded as dangerous. Soon, the boy went around to the invisible shield shadow left by Lu Renquang. At this moment, he was touching the shield-shaped tangible wall with his hand and was silent for a long time. An armorist shield? In the last 3 steps, he took out a long sword from his swallowing seashell, prepared for a while, and after recovering his energy to the extreme, 3 sword shadows burst out at the same time. Clank, clank, clank! Looking again, the shield wall didn't change at all, and the boy scratched his head gloomily. I went the wrong way. With that, he turned around without hesitation, quickly ran back to the teleportation array, stretched out his hand, and disappeared into the array. Luren Kwong was dumbfounded. You gave up just like that? Han Fei smiled. Interesting. What else can I do? He is a spirit gatherer and a soul warrior, which is the path that most spirit gatherers will take, and so will I. However, at this time, his understanding as a soul warrior is not enough, so he obviously can't break your shield. Don't you want to stay here for the night? Luren Kwong curled his lips. I thought someone was going to pass the assessment. Forget it. I'm going back to sleep. Outside the maze, there were still many parents waiting. However, the rescue efforts had been greatly reduced now, because these children had discovered the trick. Wherever it was difficult to pass, there was usually a teleportation array to go back. Therefore, they learned to be smart and didn't break in by force, or once they failed, they would immediately go back to the teleportation array. Anyway, there were so many parents outside, and any spirit gatherer could solve the problem with a healing technique. Until the afternoon, 3 days later, Han Fei had completed about half of the maze. Although there was still a lot of room for optimization, he didn't bother to do it. After a few days, when the maze was completely perfected, he would go back to sleep. Bam! At this time, an explosion broke out within the last 100 kilometers. Han Fei scanned with his perception and found that it was the boy from 3 days ago. He didn't know how many times he had searched, but he finally found the way to be a spirit gatherer. Just now, when he was copying his own spirit gathering array, there was an explosion. It was reasonable to say that a spirit gathering array was not difficult. However, what Han Fei drew was a spirit gathering diagram, not a simple spirit gathering array. Therefore, the lines were very irregular, and once he made a mistake, he would explode. Han Fei found that the corner of the boy's mouth was bleeding from the explosion and couldn't help but smile faintly. A spirit gathering array is actually powerful. President Han, I've brought you what you want. Han Fei received a voice transmission from the old butler of the Su family. Han Fei flew over, looked at the nearly 5,000 parents outside the maze, and couldn't help but click his tongue. No wonder it was the 1,000-star city. There were much more people than when the Blue Sea town recruited students. However, Han Fei ignored them and said with a smile, Old Ken, do you have a map of the 1,000-star city? And information about the division of the forces in the 1,000-star city? If you have, bring me one too. Sukin nodded repeatedly. Yes, I'll go back and get it. President Han, just wait here for a while. Han Fei took the swallowing seashell from Sukan's hand and scanned it with his perception. It was indeed saltpeter and so on. He was relieved, because the Su family was not far from here, and Han Fei had nothing to do now. He was happy to wait here. From time to time, a boy suddenly appeared at the entrance of the maze. Obviously, he had failed again. Many parents looked at Han Fei and couldn't help but be in a commotion. However, they didn't know Han Fei well and were too embarrassed to talk to him. Han Fei moved a chair out and began to eat spiritual fruits. Only then did people gather around. Someone said, President Han, have any children passed the assessment so far? Han Fei shook his head. No. A parent said, President Han, isn't this maze a bit too big? We looked at it from the sky, and it seems to stretch for hundreds of kilometers. Han Fei smiled and said, It's not big. What's wrong with hundreds of kilometers? Have you forgotten the secret realms in the sea? Not to mention 100 kilometers. There are even thousands of kilometers. A parent said, President Han, apart from this maze, do we have any other assessment methods? Han Fei grinned and shook his head. Everyone, the Thug Academy has a tradition of only recruiting geniuses. I might as well tell you that in fact, some people are about to pass the assessment. If anyone thinks this maze is too difficult, you can actually choose to give up. You have to know that in the past 30 years, the number of students who have joined the Thug Academy can be counted on 2 hands. Do you still think my request is simple? Well, many parents were dumbfounded. What kind of school is this? Although they had heard of it for a long time, they knew that it was difficult for the Thug Academy to recruit students. They didn't expect it to be so difficult. One after another, thousands of people came after hearing the news. The number of children who had entered the maze had reached about 5,000. Up to now, not a single one had passed the assessment, which was too exaggerated. Suddenly, Han Fei's heart did a flip, and he pinched his fingers. It seemed that trouble was coming. Immediately, Han Fei stood up and looked behind everyone. Dozens of seconds later, Han Fei swayed. Ouch, damn it! Han Fei was about to run, but on second thought, he realized that what would come would come. After all, he was right here, and he could find out with a little inquiry. Originally, after more than a year, Han Fei had almost forgotten about Jiuyin Ling. But now, with a swoosh, Jiuyin Ling popped out. Obviously, she had already experienced the world of mortals, because she was wearing very ordinary clothes, and her hair hung casually on one side of her chest. She seemed to be a bit more worldly. If it weren't for her delicate face, Han Fei almost wouldn't have recognized her. Chapter 1000. When Jiuyin Ling landed outside the maze, many people were surprised. Where did this law enforcer come from? I don't think I've seen her before. Besides, isn't this law enforcer a little too young and beautiful? Even though Jiuyin Ling's clothes were very ordinary, her temperament couldn't be changed after a long time. Even though she smelled like smoke, her posture, expression, and the temperament she exuded were very refined. After Jiuyin Ling saw Han Fei, she clasped her hands in front of her chest and tilted her head slightly, revealing her white teeth and a bright smile. I'm back. Time flies so fast. You felt the suffering of the human world so quickly? Jiuyin Ling seemed to be more cheerful and lively. She grinned and said, It's not over yet. This stage was much more difficult than I had imagined. However, it's indeed very beneficial. I'm already an intermediate law enforcer. If I accumulate more experience, I may be able to become an advanced law enforcer. Han Fei's eyelids twitched and his heart sank. So fast? Jiuyin Ling approached Han Fei in 2 steps. You're faster. When I left, you had just become a hidden fisher. I haven't seen you for more than a year, and you've already reached the peak, while I've only advanced from a beginner to an intermediate level. Wow. The speaker didn't mean anything, but the listener was suspicious. Instantly, countless people gasped. What did that mean? It only took Han Fei more than a year to go from a beginner hidden fisher to a peak-level hidden fisher? Moreover, the girl who spoke actually took more than a year to go from a beginner law enforcer to an intermediate law enforcer? In the end, was it because this world had changed, or was it because he was incompatible with this world? Many people were stunned on the spot, thinking, birds of a feather flock together. The people that heavenly talents befriended were often heavenly talents too. Cough, cough. Han Fei said to the onlookers. Actually, you don't have to stay here all the time. Don't you go home for dinner? Many people were speechless. Dinner? He's already so powerful. Does it make a difference whether he eats or not? Seeing that no one was willing to leave, Han Fei stomped and a soundproof array appeared. Han Fei frowned and said helplessly, Why are you here? Jiuyin Ling smiled mischievously. I've visited all the places in the Heavenly Water Village. I learned to cook, buy clothes, go to restaurants, and fish in the ordinary fishery. Just a few days ago, I missed you, so I knew it was time to leave. Later, I went to the Scattered Stars Island, but I heard that you had already come to the Thousand Star City. Then, I came back and asked my family to look for you. Only then did I know you were here. Han Fei blushed. This girl is really straightforward. Can we be more tactful? Han Fei forced a smile and said awkwardly, all right. As you can see, I'm currently recruiting students. Why don't you go in and wait for a while? Ju Yinling smiled and said, Does the Thug Academy still need to recruit teachers? Let me. Cough, cough. Han Fei widened his eyes and looked at Ju Yinling in shock. You want to come to our school to be a teacher? Why? In Han Fei's opinion, Ju Yinling was still a silly girl more than a year ago. She might be good at fighting, but when it came to teaching students, she was still a student, wasn't she? Moreover, Han Fei had discovered that there was a big problem with Ju Yinling's comfort and nature technique, and he had to help her solve her problems. Han Fei paused for a moment. How about this? Go to the school first and wait. When I'm done here, I'll come to find you. Ju Yinling nodded with a smile and looked at the huge maze. Do I fly over directly? Han Fei said, You're a law enforcer. Just fly over directly. Remember to stay more than 100 meters above the ground, or you will trigger the restrictions and killing arrays. Ju Yinling got up and flew over, leaving the people outside dumbfounded. Someone said in surprise, She went in just like that? Is she also from the Thug Academy? Someone sneered and said, It's obvious that President Han has an unspeakable secret with that girl just now. They're both upright young men, and it's a good time to find a partner. Don't you understand? Many people nodded and agreed with this idea. Han Fei's heart sank. It wasn't a good thing that Ju Yinling was here. It wasn't because Ju Yinling liked him, but because there was something more serious than that. Suddenly, a woman approached Han Fei. President Han, can I ask you something? Do you have a girlfriend? Swoosh! Han Fei shivered all over and jumped to the side, looking at the woman warily. I do. The woman was slightly disappointed, but then she said, President Han, what about the others? Does the handsome teacher Zhang have a girlfriend? An uncle asked, President Han, what about teacher Luo? Han Fei rolled his eyes and said, She's from the Luo family of the 1,000-star city. You can try proposing marriage. Immediately, many people's expressions changed drastically. Someone from the Luo family? Someone asked in confusion. Which family is the Luo family? Someone immediately said, as if he was looking at an idiot, which other Luo family can be named? Wow, are you talking about that divine manipulator family? What else do you think? Instantly, many people shut up. That wasn't something they could afford. Then, Han Fei saw a fatty say, Your standards are too high. President Han, does teacher Lu have a girlfriend? My daughter is a top-notch beauty. She's also quite talented. Furthermore, she's about the same age as teacher Lu. Immediately, many people looked at this person. His taste was quite strong, but as long as he could marry her, it didn't seem impossible. In any case, he was a true heaven's favorite with outstanding talent. Han Fei looked at everyone speechlessly. Hey. Shouldn't you care if your son or daughter can pass the test? If they can't, bring them home early. After chatting with these people for a long time, the old butler returned. Before the old steward said anything, Han Fei had taken the map from the old steward with a swish and entered the maze with a swish. Below the Rubik's Cube, Su Sanqian was sweating profusely. He was lying on the ground in a strange posture. He felt his entire body convulsing, and this convulsion had lasted for several days. Every time he cultivated, it was like a torture. If it were in the past, Su Sanqian would definitely be overjoyed when he encountered the 108 spirit-absorbing war bodies. He would cultivate it even if he had to risk his life, no matter the price. But now, Su Daiji was cultivating with him. This little girl was currently in a super weird posture. That posture was not one of the 108 postures at all. At that moment, Su Daiji's legs were twisted, and her body was twisted like a fried dough twist. Her head was on the ground, and her two small hands were around her body, spinning the cube. From the first day of cultivation, Su Sanqian had suffered a critical hit. Su Daiji's cultivation speed was too fast. On the first day, this little girl had actually completed 36 postures. There was a high chance that she wanted to play with the cube, so she maintained a posture and began to play with it. It was already the third day and Su Daiji had already completed 81 postures. At this moment, there was a high chance that she still wanted to play with the cube. Hence, her head was on the ground, and her two small hands secretly played with the cube. As for Su Sanqian, who had been persisting, he had only completed 54 postures. He had once suspected that there was something wrong with his talent. He knew Su Daiji. Her status in the family wasn't too high. However, because his father had become a law enforcer, even though her status wasn't high, she was still a little princess. He had always thought that he was extremely talented. Even if he took an unorthodox path, as long as he endured for long enough, he would still be able to rise. But now his mentality was about to collapse because of Su Daiji. At some point in time, Luo Xiaobai had arrived under the cube. She glanced at Su Daiji and said, "Daiji, why are you playing with the cube again?" Su Daiji hurriedly put the cube into her pocket and continued practicing. She replied, "I'm almost done." Luo Xiaobai's eyelids twitched. Indeed, she couldn't say anything. Su Daiji's talent was far better than they had imagined. Her cultivation progress was also extremely fast. She didn't look like someone with a level 3 spiritual heritage at all. Suddenly, a figure descended from the sky. When Luo Xiaobai took a closer look, she immediately frowned. Jiuyin Ling. The moment Jiuyin Ling arrived, Zhang Xuanyu, Lu Renkuang, and Li Luoluo arrived. "Ah, Xiaojiu!" Li Luoluo let out a cry and pounced forward. However, Jiuyin Ling tapped her feet and flashed over. "Luoluo, why are you here?" Jiuyin Ling was a little surprised. Did Li Luoluo enter the Thug Academy? Zhang Xuanyu welcomed her warmly. "Hey, it turns out to be Miss Jiuyin. Huh, where's Han Fei?" While Zhang Xuanyu was looking around, the teleportation array flashed, and Han Fei had already appeared under the magic cube library. Immediately, Han Fei looked at Luo Xiaobai and the others and explained, "Actually, there's something wrong with Jiuyin Ling's cultivation technique. I have to find a way to help her solve it." Luo Xiaobai asked, "How are you going to solve it?" Han Fei replied, "Jiuyin Ling's comfort and nature technique is closely related to the sea quelling painting. Do you understand? There's something wrong with this path, so do you understand?" Han Fei blinked. He didn't know if Jiuyin Ling could hear him, so he blinked at Luo Xiaobai. But on second thought, Han Fei felt that something was wrong. Why should I feel guilty? I, Han Fei, am an upright person. What am I afraid of? Luo Xiaobai thought to herself, "I don't understand, but regardless of whether I understand or not, I have to watch." Jiuyin Ling smiled and said, "Well, I want to be a teacher at the Thug Academy." Immediately, Luo Xiaobai and the others looked at Han Fei. Su Sanqian and Su Daiji also forgot to cultivate not far away. They felt that the atmosphere was a little strange. Chapter 1001. Luo Xiaobai had always been an upright girl. However, after the initial hostility, he quickly regained his senses. In terms of benefits, the Thug Academy was indeed lacking teachers. Furthermore, Jiuyin Ling represented the Jiuyin family. Although they were already in decline, they had still come over to help in the primordial battlefield. Secondly, there was nothing wrong with Jiuyin Ling herself, and the possibility of her rising was very high. She was more than enough to be a teacher. As for the relationship between Jiuyin Ling and Han Fei, Luo Xiaobai naturally knew that Han Fei didn't have that intention. Therefore, what she was conflicted about was, if Jiuyin Ling stayed and followed Han Fei every day, would she fall in love with him? Luo Xiaobai pondered. It was fine for Jiuyin Ling to stay, but she had to communicate with Han Fei. Hence, Luo Xiaobai looked at Han Fei. "Look for yourself." Lu Renkuang took a deep breath and secretly said to Zhang Xuanyu, "Something doesn't seem right." Zhang Xuanyu rolled his eyes. "Is there a need to say that? Although this girl is really beautiful, I still refuse from a moral point of view." Xia Xiaochan wasn't around, and their team had always only had 4 people. It was impossible for outsiders to fill in. Even Li Luoluo. The reason why everyone was at ease was because Li Luoluo's personality switch was too strange. Even Zhang Xuanyu couldn't withstand this change. It was even more impossible for Han Fei to withstand it. Although Jiu Yinling couldn't join this team, everyone was on Xia Xiaochan's side. Although Xia Xiaochan wasn't around for the time being, Luo Xiaobai and the other 2 still played the most direct role of supervision. They couldn't bear to see Han Fei fall in love with others. Han Fei said indifferently, "Su Sanqian, Su Daiji, cultivate well. Have you progressed halfway?" Hearing this, the 2 of them immediately focused on cultivation. It was better not to say anything at this time. Han Fei regained his composure and said calmly, "All right, I have no problem with Jiu Yinling coming to the Thug Academy to be a teacher. But..." Han Fei looked at Jiu Yinling and said seriously, "There's indeed something wrong with your comfort and nature technique. Come with me." The reason why Han Fei quickly regained his composure was that he felt that this shouldn't be a problem. He had the sea quelling painting in his hands, and after a year of cultivation, he had a lot of resources. Han Fei felt that he didn't have to worry about a mere deduction of 100 million. After all, helping Jiu Yinling was equivalent to helping himself. Besides, he had to help her, which was why he agreed to let her stay. Because this involved a very serious problem. Back mountain. Han Fei looked at Jiu Yinling and said, "You seem to have changed a lot." Jiu Yinling smiled. "Yes, I met a lot of people in the Heavenly Water Village and made some good friends." Han Fei raised his eyes. "Huh. Is there anyone in the Heavenly Water Village who's worth making friends with?" Jiu Yinling smiled and said, "You know He Xiao Yu." It was a pity that he had only known her for a short time. Then, she went to the Scattered Stars Island. "Right? I know a lot of embarrassing things about you when you were a kid." Han Fei immediately covered his head. "Sai, is there anything that He Xiao Yu can't say?" Han Fei nodded and said, "You're a lot more cheerful, and you've even learned to be naughty. But come with me to a place first." With a thought, the phantom of a land appeared, and Han Fei said, "Give me your hand." Grabbing Jiu Yinling's hand, Han Fei directly stood in the phantom. In the next second, the 2 of them disappeared into the forest. In the blink of an eye, in the sea quelling painting. "Master." In the void, a pangolin emerged. This was its talent ability, void drilling. The reason why the pangolin arrived as soon as Han Fei appeared was naturally because Jiu Yinling was there. As a creature in the painting, it would be a failure if it couldn't protect Han Fei in the painting. When she saw the pangolin, Jiu Yinling was slightly surprised. So strong. The moment Jiu Yinling entered this space, she became vigilant. She saw that there was a creature that could drill through the void. This was not something that an ordinary law enforcer could do. Even an explorer might not have this ability. Han Fei said with a smile, "Great, Senior Earth 9, come with me into the Mist of 9 Sounds." Mist of 9 Sounds? Jiu Yinling was stunned. "It's related to me?" Han Fei said with a smile. "To be precise, it's related to your family's comfort and nature technique." Earth 9 said gently, "Comfort and nature technique? I remember. Once upon a time, someone seemed to have been listening here and created a cultivation technique. However, that person didn't walk through the Mist of 9 Sounds." Looking at the confused Jiu Yinling, Han Fei chuckled. "Do you remember I told you before that there was a problem with your comfort technique?" Jiu Yinling nodded. At that time, Han Fei did say that. However, it was true that there was no problem with this technique. So, she didn't know what problem Han Fei was talking about at all. What was the problem? Han Fei pointed to the faint mist in front of him and said, "Let's go." Hold my hand and don't let go. This wasn't Han Fei taking advantage of her. If Juyin Ling died after listening to the 9 sounds, with his current control of the sea-quelling painting, he didn't even know how to get her back. Woo! In the sky there were sounds. Suddenly, Juyin Ling stopped, her face extremely pale. Then Juyin Ling actually cried. No one knew what she saw. With a thought from Han Fei, the sounds of the 9 sounds gradually weakened, and Juyin Ling finally recovered, but her body was a little soft, and she couldn't stand steadily. Juyin Ling revealed a rare look of shock. What sound is this? Earth 9 said leisurely, This is the real 9 sounds. Han Fei said, Actually, the comfort and nature technique doesn't have a clear record at all. He treated the 9 sounds as a kind of comprehension and wrote it into a cultivation technique. But the reality is that the 9 sounds is incomplete. Among them, the 7 sounds contain the sounds of 7 emotions: joy, anger, sorrow, joy, panic, and yearning. And this is why you want to enter the world. Juyin Ling opened her mouth slightly and looked at Han Fei. What are the remaining 2 sounds? Han Fei said lightly, The remaining 2 sounds. One is the sound of supreme forgetfulness, and the other is the sound of universal love. Juyin Ling's eyes were blank as she murmured, Supreme forgetfulness? Universal love? Han Fei took a deep breath and said, After I saw the 9 sounds, I knew why your comfort technique didn't mention it. This was because ordinary people couldn't achieve the state of supreme oblivion. So the ancestors of the 9 Sounds clan had fused the original intent of the 9 Sounds into their cultivation technique. The goal was to allow the descendants who obtained the legacy to enter the world and come out to experience the vicissitudes of life. Love, friendship, and so on. In the end, he would come into being and destroy these emotions, achieving the level of forgetfulness. Once you do that, the growth of your strength will be terrifying. Juyin Ling trembled all over, and there was finally a hint of fear in her eyes. She looked at Han Fei. Will he forget everything? Han Fei shook his head. Not to forget everything, but to see through everything. For example, if you and I fall in love, if you have a true friend, if that's the case, the only way for you to come out into the world is to kill them. You have to renounce love and friendship, and only then can you come out into the world. Juyin Ling's face turned pale. She quickly retracted her hand and gritted her teeth. I don't want to cultivate anymore. Earth 9 suddenly said, According to Master, this level should be the barrier of the explorer. Once you achieve the level of supreme oblivion, you can become an explorer. Also, your strength will indeed improve rapidly. Even the barrier of the venerable realm may not be able to resist this improvement. Han Fei was stunned for a moment and looked at Earth 9 in shock. The level of supreme oblivion can even break through the venerable realm? Earth 9 pondered for a moment and said, That's possible. Suddenly, a branch extended from the void, and the voice of the tree spirit sounded. There's a great horror in here. If you want to renounce your emotions and nature, you'll have to become a demon first. Therefore, after the level of supreme oblivion, the sound of universal love is needed to make the cultivator have an epiphany. Han Fei murmured, One can become a demon and a Buddha with a thought. This comfort and nature technique is even more terrifying than I thought. Juyin Ling was dumbfounded. In other words, if she fell in love with Han Fei, the final result might be that she would have to kill Han Fei with her own hands. The true meaning of the comfort technique was to love someone with all your heart. When the time came, the more you loved, the more sad you would be. But once this threshold was crossed, how could you renounce your emotions and nature? Even the love of your life would be killed. What could be more heartless than this? Juyin Ling staggered. I can't stay in the Thug Academy. Han Fei, send me away. I'll never see you again. Alas! In the void, the branch turned into a human form, and the tree spirit appeared. The tree spirit side. According to Master, the moment you cultivated the comfort technique, there was no turning back. Your heart already belongs to someone. You can either fall in love with Master, but you can't improve yourself. But I think at that time, you won't be able to control the improvement of your strength, so you'll definitely be enemies. Or, as you said, you'll leave Master and never see him again. But your strength in this life will never surpass that of a law enforcer. Also, this will become your mental demon, and there's a certain chance that you'll suffer a backlash. The more the tree spirit said, the paler Juinling's face became. She had come to the Thug Academy in joy. But how did she know? What awaited him was actually such a secret. Chapter 1002. When Han Fei encountered the mist of 9 sounds, combined with the comfort technique that Juinling had shown him, he could basically guess what Juinling's ancestor had in mind, perhaps. In the eyes of such a strong master, feelings didn't matter. As long as he could become a king, he would become the unique king of the 1,000-star city. Everything in the past would disappear the moment he became a king. However, in Han Fei's view, this was also a path destined to be lonely. Once he really embarked on this path and became a king, what was the difference between such a king and an emotionless god? At this moment, seeing that Juinling was in a daze and fear, Han Fei said, "Let's go. I'll try to see if I can change your comfort technique." Juinling suddenly raised her head, her eyes hazy with tears. "Can I change it?" Han Fei said with a smile, "Of course. The carefree technique isn't complete. I told you that the first time I saw it. The problem is, I have to see if I have the ability to change it now." Han Fei grabbed Juinling's wrist, and with a thought he, Earth 9, and the tree spirit appeared on the empty floating island in the blink of an eye. In the sea quelling painting, no matter where Han Fei wanted to go, he could go with a thought. This was different from the normal sea quelling bizarre treasures. He had asked old Jiang for several bottles of pills to forcibly take the sea quelling painting. Han Fei didn't expect that half a drop of origin water would solve everything. Juinling looked at the empty floating island in astonishment. Looking at the round lake, she couldn't help but be at a loss. "Where is this?" Han Fei said with a smile. "You can think of it as a secret realm." With that said, Han Fei sat on the ground and said indifferently, "Wait for me for a while. I'll try to see if I can change the comfort technique." Juinling pursed her lips. She was not stupid. The comfort technique could be passed down from generation to generation. It was something left by her ancestor, so it was definitely not something that could be easily changed. Besides, why was there the mist of 9 sounds in this completely strange world? Her ancestor had been here before, but how did Han Fei get here? Juinling hadn't entered the boneyard, so she didn't know the secrets of the sea quelling painting, but she was more and more curious about Han Fei's secrets. Suddenly, she remembered what the faceless man had said to her. She took a deep breath and her eyes were firm. Deduce. Han Fei's body was full of spiritual energy. Juinling was surprised. Logically speaking, it was impossible for a normal person to withstand such dense spiritual energy. At this moment, the spiritual qi was quickly disappearing. After a while, a new technique appeared in Han Fei's mind. Heavenly Music Book, Venerable Level, Low Grade, Introduction. In ancient times, it was a unique skill of the Heavenly Sound sect. This technique fused with the wondrous sounds of heaven and earth, coinciding with the wondrous sound technique. It was a type of human path technique. In order to cultivate this technique, one must feel the 7 emotions and 6 desires of the human world, understand the impermanence and changes of the world, and break through the barrier to enter the Tao in the mortal world. This method was extremely difficult and time-consuming. Deduction result, unknown note 1. This method of entering the Tao can at most allow one to become a venerable one. He needed to obtain the Gospel Book of Heaven and Earth before he could continue cultivating. Note 2. It has reached the current deduction limit of the demon purification pot. If it deduces again, it will involve the mysteries of heaven and earth and will damage the demon purification pot. Han Fei wasn't surprised to see the heavenly music book at all. A venerable level technique meant that as long as he mastered it, he would definitely become a venerable through this method. The Gospel Book of Heaven and Earth was not considered for the time being. At least, the crisis of the comfort and nature technique had been resolved. Moreover, it was clearly recorded in the Heavenly Music Book that this technique was extremely difficult and time-consuming. It was completely opposite to the comfort and nature technique that Joeen Ling cultivated. In other words, the ancestors of the Joeen family only pursued speed and didn't explore it generation after generation, so the path was crooked. Han Fei had always believed that things created by humans couldn't be perfect. That was why he was so sure that he could perfect Joeen Ling's technique just now. However, Joeen Ling was too immersed in it to see this. As the saying went, you can't see the true face of Mount Lu because you're in this mountain. It could also be said that the onlooker sees the game clearly. Just now, Han Fei just scared Joeen Ling to let her know the problem of the comfort and nature technique and not to think about dual cultivation all the time. The moment Han Fei opened his eyes, Joeen Ling was sitting opposite Han Fei, looking a little nervous. Han Fei grinned. "There is a way." Joeen Ling hurriedly asked, "What way?" Han Fei's face darkened slightly. "This method is very difficult." Joeen Ling immediately heaved a sigh of relief, and finally her face recovered a little. "It's okay. It doesn't matter how difficult it is. As long as I don't become a heartless person in the end, it's okay." Han Fei took out a jade slip and copied the Heavenly Music Book. After thinking for a long time, he said, "Little Nine, this path is really difficult." Joeen Ling pursed her lips. "I'm not afraid." Han Fei said, "If you embark on this path, you may have to travel to countless corners of this world and see the fickleness of human nature." Joeen Ling looked firm. "I'm not afraid." Han Fei nodded and handed over the Heavenly Music Book. Joeen Ling took the Heavenly Music Book and quickly read the introduction. Then, she looked at Han Fei in shock. "Break through barriers in the mortal world. This is a venerable level technique?" Han Fei nodded slightly. "Yes, a venerable level technique." The corners of Joeen Ling's mouth moved. She suddenly understood what Han Fei meant by difficult. According to the Book of Heavenly Music, his experience in the world was far from enough. He was still lacking. In that case, she couldn't stay in the Thug Academy forever. Suddenly, Little Nine looked at Han Fei and said, Although I don't know how you created the Heavenly Music Book through the comfort and nature technique, I still like you. Since there's no comfort and nature technique, there's no limit to the grand indifference. So, I will definitely catch up to you." Cough! Han Fei's body swayed. "Hey, why are we talking about this again? Little Nine, I'm not listening, Han Fei." Han Fei was stunned. "No, wait a moment. Where did you learn all this from? Who taught you that?" Joeen Ling blushed. "Xiaoyu is very cute and knows a lot." Han Fei's face immediately turned black. "Why can't you learn from anyone? You learned from He Xiaoyu?" No wonder I felt that this scene was somewhat familiar. Han Fei asked warily, "What else did He Xiaoyu teach you?" Without the pressure, Joeen Ling seemed to be in a good mood. There was a sly look in her eyes. "I won't tell you." Han Fei's mouth twitched. "Okay, now that things have been settled, let's get out of here." The tree spirit asked in surprise, "Master, it's done." In Han Fei's head, Water Luster's voice suddenly sounded, "Master, I suggest we kill this woman, or there will be endless trouble." "Fireseed, Master, I agree." Han Fei rolled his eyes and said, "Okay, I've taken care of this matter. By the way, Senior Tree Spirit, send a clone out with me. It has to be at least a beginner law enforcer." "Yes, Master." In the outside world, A white-haired old man came out with Han Fei, and Juyin Ling was quite surprised. A clone had the strength of a beginner law enforcer. Han Fei seemed to have a lot of secrets. Juyin Ling thought to herself, everyone has secrets. Xiaoyu said that good girls shouldn't get to the bottom of things. I won't ask. Han Fei naturally didn't know what Juyin Ling was thinking. He led Juyin Ling and the tree spirit to the magic cube and found Luo Xiaobai and the others. Han Fei said, "Let me introduce you to Senior Tree Spirit. You've met him before. In the future, he will take over your work and preside over the maze assessment. Luo, take little 9 to familiarize herself with the environment. Xiaobai, come here." On the back mountain, Han Fei said, "Juyin Ling won't stay in the Thug Academy for long. Things are almost settled. When all the students are recruited, we can go to the 1,000-star proving ground." Luo Xiaobai was surprised. "It settled so quickly?" Han Fei nodded. "How long do you think it will take?" Luo Xiaobai nodded. "At present, there are 2 people who have broken through the barriers and are stuck in the last assessment. The number of people who come here has increased, but once we go to the 1,000-star proving ground, trouble may come. Are you sure you don't want to wait until after Tang Ji's wedding?" Han Fei shook his head. The 1,000-star proving ground. If it's just a competition in the trial field, it won't be a big problem even if someone comes looking for trouble. As for the 3 places like the God's Memorial Tower, we have to wait until after Tang Ji's wedding. Luo Xiaobai nodded. "I'll go prepare. My family's information has been sent over. You can learn about it when you have time. In addition, after we recruit all the students, I suggest training them for a month first, because we may not have time to teach them later." Han Fei nodded. He understood what Luo Xiaobai meant. The reason why no one came to find trouble now was that Han Fei and the others were almost invincible in the hidden Fisher realm. Those big families were not fools. If they came to find trouble at this time, they would most likely be asking for trouble. However, once Han Fei and the others entered the God's Memorial Tower and broke through the law enforcers, the moment they broke through the law enforcers, all the trouble would follow, because at that time they would already be law enforcers. Their opponents would no longer be hidden fishers but law enforcers. Han Fei killed an intermediate law enforcer with 1 slash in the Su family. However, that was just an ordinary law enforcer. So far, he hadn't encountered a single law enforcer, heavenly talent. Obviously, the other party was also waiting. Chapter 1003. In the teleportation maze of the Thug Academy, there were a large number of people trying day and night. At first, there were only 1,000 people, but later, there were more than 5,000 people. And now, many parents brought their children over. Among them, many weren't even from the pure Sun Island at all, causing the number of youths taking the test in the maze to reach nearly 10,000. There were also some youths who just stopped in one place. The test was extremely difficult. In order to prove that they were better, they took the initiative to come here and participate in the test. However, the number of people who could reach the last 100 kilometers was less than 10. At this moment, Xing Yu had been in the Spirit Gatherer maze for 3 days and 3 nights. In the past 3 days, he had tried countless times, and every time he felt that he was close to success. But every time he would fail and trigger a spiritual energy explosion. His goal was originally the Heavenly Sword sect. He believed that he was qualified to do so. Compared to his abilities as a soul warrior, he was more confident in his comprehension as a spirit gatherer. However, this time he tried for a full 3 days, but he didn't even draw a single spirit gathering formation. This was a huge blow to him. He was determined that the 7 major sects would all be put aside. He had to go to the Thug Academy. Bam! He failed again, and the spiritual energy explosion sent him flying. Xing Yu hurriedly cast a healing technique on himself, as if this spiritual energy explosion was a trivial matter. No, this isn't a regular spirit gathering formation at all. It should be a secret formation. However, this formation is extremely strange. It's completely irregular. If I want to copy it successfully, I have to master this irregular composition. Xing Yu was thinking. It was obviously impossible to successfully draw this picture with traditional spirit gathering techniques. If he wanted to succeed, he had to succeed in spirit gathering. If he succeeded in spirit gathering, he had to succeed in drawing. And if he succeeded in drawing, he had to succeed in spirit gathering. This seemed to be a triangle paradox. Suddenly, Xingyu had an idea, and his eyes lit up. The reason why I failed is because I used too much spiritual energy, causing it to dissipate and causing a spiritual energy explosion. Then, if I draw with very little spiritual energy and then stack it layer by layer, won't it work too? Xingyu frowned. It seems to be a bit opportunistic. But as long as I can succeed, who cares? A small amount of spiritual energy was being output from Xingyu's fingertips. In just a moment, he finished drawing for the first time without producing a spiritual energy explosion. Xingyu was overjoyed. This method was feasible. On the other side, in the armorist checkpoint, Gu Qi held his armor box and pulled out his swords and sabers from the box. Ding, 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 sounds were heard continuously on the shield. As an armorist, she already knew how to break the shield the moment she saw it. As long as a single point was broken, the entire shield wall would be destroyed. Gu Qi gritted her teeth. She had heard that one of the children chosen by the Su family only had a level 3 spiritual meridian, and the other was a bastard. Based on this alone, the Thug Academy would definitely be his. He only had a level 4 spiritual pulse. Although he was not a bastard, his parents had both died in the unknown place. Her spiritual heritage was too poor. The minimum requirement of the 7 major sects was a level 5 spiritual heritage. The appearance of the Thug Academy gave her a chance. Hoo-hoo! She didn't know how many times she had tried this. The reason wasn't because she wasn't fast enough, but because she didn't have enough spiritual qi. She could only bombard 60 times consecutively before her spiritual qi was depleted. She had to immediately recover her spiritual qi and continue trying. We can't go on like this. I wonder if there are any who have passed the test? I can't waste any more time. The explosion next door has stopped? Did that person pass the test? Gu Qi's heart trembled. The explosion, not far away, next door had lasted for 2 days. The other party was obviously not someone who would give up easily. No, I don't have enough spiritual qi. Then I'll burn my life. Outside the maze, a fishing boat flew over. On the fishing boat, there was an old man with a girl. The girl was babbling. Grandpa Mo, is this Thug Academy so powerful? Why did it decline back then? Are they the former 8th Academy? The old man smiled and said, Miss, in history, for a long time, the Thug Academy was the leader of the 8 major sections. In the beginning, there was a strong master who suppressed the 1,000-star city alone. He was peerless. This academy is definitely not inferior to the 7 major sections. The girl was curious. Then, why didn't you go to the Jade Fairy Palace? Teacher Jia said that I was extremely talented. The old man smiled faintly. If you can enter this Thug Academy, you don't have to go to the Jade Fairy Palace. The Jade Fairy Palace is full of geniuses. Although they are very strong individually, their combination is much worse. Not only the Jade Fairy Palace, but also the Heavenly Sword sect. But the Thug Academy is different. They are consciously recruiting a perfect combination. If they start training from a young age, their final achievements will be different. The girl sighed and said, I wonder if there are any good-looking boys in the Thug Academy. The old man smiled. Yes, I heard that there is a boy named Zhang Xuanyu. He is very good-looking. I've already asked around. This boy created his own cultivation technique and is very talented, but he may be a little older than you, Mississippi. He should be 20 years old today. However, don't panic, miss. I heard that this person is very good-looking and very suitable for you. The girl curled her lips. He's only 8 years older than me. It's okay. My father is more than 300 years older than my mother. Isn't it the same? The old man nodded. That's true. The lifespan of cultivators will only get longer and longer. A few hundred years is nothing. Besides, this is the tradition of our E family. I heard that dual cultivation is very popular in the Thug Academy. Miss, you can try it. The girl immediately clapped her hands and nodded repeatedly. Yes, yes. By the way, will Zhang Xuanyu marry into your family? The old man's expression changed slightly. That shouldn't be possible. Miss, it's already good enough that you can catch up to such a genius. Don't even think about marrying into his family. We're here. Outside the maze, someone shook his head. Someone else is here. Up until now, not a single person has passed the assessment. I don't think this maze can be broken. Someone nodded. I think so too. I don't think the Thug Academy is recruiting at all. Someone wanted to take off his shirt. If they're not recruiting, why did they make such a big fuss? They only want geniuses. If they can pass easily, how can it be called an assessment? The old man led the girl to the sign outside the maze. The girl read, "They're killing arrays inside. Don't barge in." The girl chuckled. Looks like it's very intimidating. The old man said, Miss, don't underestimate it. Although you're extremely talented, you can't trigger the killing arrays. The girl waved her hand and said, Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. I'm going to find the handsome brother. Grandpa Emo, are you going to wait outside? The old man smiled and said, Of course. When Miss enters the Thug Academy, I have to hurry home and let Master and Madam escape first. The girl was speechless. Is it that unbelievable? The old man said leisurely, The Thug Academy is strong, but they have too many enemies. Our E family can't fully support the Thug Academy. Master said that he wants to live in town for a while. This way, we can avoid the crisis of the Thug Academy. The girl said indifferently, All right, I know they just want to leave me behind and sneak out to have some alone time. TSK, if they want to go, so be it. With that, the girl stepped into the maze, while the old man stood outside the maze with a smile, holding something unknown in his hand. He said to it, Master, madam, Miss has been tricked into going in. You can pack your things now. After Yi Xian entered the maze, she muttered, You only know how to trick me every day. There are only 3 people left in the Yi family, and you still want to trick me? You just want to give birth to a younger brother for me. Humph, isn't a girl good? Girls are all cotton-padded jackets. Stupid dad, I won't be your cotton-padded jacket anymore. I want to go to handsome brother and be his cotton-padded jacket. Repent and be saved? What's that? Outside, just as the old man finished speaking, he saw Yi Xian return with a whoosh. His smile froze as he said in surprise, Miss, where did you come from? Yi Xian's face flushed red. I just came out to see if you went back. The old man smiled and said no. If Miss doesn't enter the Thug Academy, how can I go back? Yi Xian raised her head and grunted before walking back into the maze. 100 seconds later, whoosh, the old man asked, Miss, why are you out again? Yi Xian said, I forgot to tell you. What about my dowry? The old man heaved a sigh of relief. The entire Yi family is your dowry. Yi Xian walked in again. 30 minutes later, whoosh, the old man said leisurely, Miss, don't tell me you can't pass? Yi Xian immediately rolled her eyes. How is that possible? I just want to say that there are only 3 people in our family. Including Grandpa Mo, there are only 4 of us. What dowry is there? The old man smiled and said, There is. As long as Miss becomes a student of the Thug Academy, the dowry might shock you. By the way, Miss, don't come out. Yi Xian walked into the maze again in disdain. This time, she was already familiar with the maze. She didn't touch any teleportation arrays that didn't make sense. Otherwise, if she went out again, she wouldn't know how to lie 4 hours later. When Yi Xian saw the killing array filled with saber aura, she couldn't help but smile. It's very simple. Gale. 10 hours later, Ishian saw a patch of blue flowers, vines, and colorful insects crawling on the ground. Aya, Mom. Insects. Chapter 1004. Including Joeen Ling, Han Fei, and the others got 6 reclining chairs and were reading under the Rubik's Cube Library. The records in this book were quite complicated. Some were brought by the Luo family. Some were about the 7 academies. Some were about the big families. Some were about the 3 holy lands, the 1,000-star proving ground, and some local customs of the 1,000-star city. Han Fei was reading the books about the local customs and social structure of the 1,000-star city. The social structure on the 36 islands of the 1,000-star city was recorded in detail. In addition to these large floating islands, there were actually as many as 108 islands of various sizes in the 1,000-star city. In addition to the 3 holy lands, there were actually some ancient ruins in the 1,000-star city. Although those places were also amazing, they had long been completely developed. If it was for the sake of improving himself, it would be fine to visit the ruins left behind by the ancient times. However, the secrets of those places had long been excavated. There were even many stone carvings that had been compiled into books and circulated in the world. Also, there seemed to be a festival called the Fire Festival in the 1,000-star city, which could be considered similar to the Spring Festival. On the eve of the Fire Festival, the heat emitted by the scorching sun would be unstable. At that time, people would sit in their houses and cultivate, because on those days, the concentration of spiritual energy in the 1,000-star city would be particularly high, which was extremely helpful for cultivation. However, this situation had never happened in the villages. Han Fei couldn't help but wonder if the height or the space of the 1,000-star city was different from that of the villages and towns. Han Fei said, "Xiaobai, little 9, how rich will the spiritual energy be during the Fire Festival?" Luo Xiaobai nodded, "About 3 times. On the day of the Fire Festival, it may reach 5 times. Many people think that the Fire Festival is a gift from the heavens. On the day of the Fire Festival, there is no one on the road in the 1,000-star city, and everyone is cultivating at home. However, it's easy to catch fire, maybe because the temperature is too high." Juinling said, "During the Fire Festival, there seems to be a sound in the sky beyond the sky, like a melody. As for what it is exactly, I don't know." Han Fei nodded. "The Fire Festival is in 4 months. Let's experience it then." Suddenly, Zhang Xuanyu said, "Fei Fei, I saw that. God's Memorial Tower seems to be a maze too." Han Fei immediately perked up. "Where? Let me see." Han Fei threw the book in his hand to Zhang Xuanyu and took it from him. As a result, he saw some decomposed structures. Han Fei sat up straight with a swish. A 4-dimensional triangle? Han Fei was stunned for a long time. This was because the page that Zhang Xuanyu turned to happen to be a 4-dimensional triangle. The so-called 4-dimensional triangle was actually somewhat similar to the Penrose triangle. This triangle also made it impossible for people to distinguish the front and the end, the inside and the outside, because in the 3-dimensional world, it could not be established. Zhang Xuanyu asked in surprise, What triangle?" Han Fei stammered, "Oh, it was nothing. I just feel that this diagram is a little strange." Luo Xiaobai said, "The God's Memorial Tower, to be precise, is indeed a super maze made of countless mazes. The labyrinth took up almost the size of an entire island. Even someone who has grasped the law of space cannot reach the real God's Memorial Tower." Han Fei nodded. "Got it." Han Fei continued to read. What was written in this book was not comprehensive. It was all about various conjectures, deductions, and ways to enter the depths of the God's Memorial Tower. Han Fei felt it was quite interesting. Could this kind of thing be created in the real world? That was simply inconceivable. Han Fei continued to read and saw the Sky Meditation Garden, According to the information, this was a place to cultivate the soul and was a popular place for the heavenly talents in the Thousand-Star City. However, this sky meditation garden was more like a paradise and was also the largest flower market in the Thousand-Star City. Countless manipulators praised it. Han Fei flipped through it with interest and finally saw the ideal palace. However, according to the records of the ideal palace, people who had been there didn't remember what happened when they came back. It was an extremely abnormal place. Just when Han Fei was about to find other materials to refer to and verify with each other, the tree spirit suddenly appeared under the Rubik's Cube library. "Master, someone is going to pass." Immediately, Han Fei and the others raised their heads and looked at the entrance. Lu Renquang said, "It must be my level. I set the simplest level." Zhang Xuanyu curled his lips. "Come on, think about it. How many fishing masters can attack the same point hundreds of times in a row in a few seconds?" Li Luoluo nodded. "I bet that a semi-divine weapon must come in from my level." Everyone curled their lips. "How dare you bet on a semi-divine weapon?" Han Fei shook his head. "Not necessarily. Maybe he came in from my level. That boy has been there for 3 days. Ah, Mom. Bugs. With a swish, Luo Xiaobai's assessment level was broken. A cute girl appeared out of thin air under the Rubik's Cube library. Han Fei and the others were stunned. "Who is this? I don't think I've seen this girl before." Everyone looked at Luo Xiaobai, who was also stunned, as if saying, "I don't know either." Whoosh! She glanced around and saw Zhang Xuanyu at a glance. With a swish, she rushed towards Zhang Xuanyu, hugged Zhang Xuanyu's waist and hung on him. "Honey, help. A lot of bugs are biting me. Everyone." Zhang Xuanyu looked surprised and hurriedly pulled the little girl off him. "Hey, no, little girl, let's have a good talk. You can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. I am your senior brother." Yi Xian nodded immediately. "Senior brother husband, my name is Yi Xian. Yi as in Yi-Ren, Shi as in return come, Yan as in color." Han Fei and the others stared at Zhang Xuanyu. When did this handsome man, who was ruthless enough to destroy a flower, owe a debt of love? Zhang Xuanyu blushed, which was a rare sight. Although he often flirted with girls, he had never succeeded. What's going on today? He really doesn't know anything. Zhang Xuanyu looked at the little girl who only reached his chest and immediately put on a serious posture. He was an adult and had to be serious as a teacher. Zhang Xuanyu coughed. "Cough, cough. Ishian, right? Well, you can call me senior brother or teacher Zhang, but you can't call me honey. I don't know you." Ishian pursed her lips. "Why? I came to the Thug Academy because of you. My old man has seen you. You're the best-looking person in the Thug Academy, so it's you." "Huh. What do you mean it's me? What am I?" Han Fei immediately swallowed. History was always shockingly similar. Although he didn't know what happened, Ishian and Jiuyin seemed to be on the same side. Could it be that Ishian also cultivated the freedom technique? Han Fei couldn't help but ask, "It's not a branch of your family, is it?" Jiuyin blushed and shook her head. No. Zhang Xuanyu quickly dodged. "Girl, you're too young. I'm not very interested in you. Hey, don't be so arrogant." As she spoke, Ishian had already grabbed the corner of Zhang Xuanyu's clothes and said, "I'm very interested in you. Zhang Xuanyu, you're shockingly good-looking, have a good personality, and are very talented. You're very suitable for dual cultivation." Pooh! Zhang Xuanyu was about to go crazy. "I don't King know you." "What dual cultivation?" Ishian put her hands on her hips and said, "My mother said that our family has a special dual cultivation technique. The most important thing in a girl's life is to find a suitable person for dual cultivation. My father, my mother, and my old man have all investigated you. You can't run away. Besides, the Thug Academy has always been popular for dual cultivation. It's much better than the Jade Fairy Palace. Everyone seemed to understand something. Lurin Kwang couldn't help but take a breath. Is this considered a blessing from heaven? Han Fei said leisurely, I'm just afraid that he can't take it. Luo Xiaobai's face was black. What kind of person did he meet? Zhang Xuanyu ran away. Fei Fei, I'm escaping. Keep an eye on her. Don't let her do anything. Yixian chased after him and shouted, Darling, darling, don't run. Han Fei couldn't help but ask curiously, Well, Yixian, did you know Zhang Xuanyu before? Yixian sat down on Zhang Xuanyu's recliner. I don't know him. However, my mother's taste is the best in the world. If my mother says there's no problem, there's definitely no problem. Anyway, he won't be able to escape. Ah, Yixian seemed to remember that she wasn't at home, but at the Thug Academy. She immediately jumped down from the chair and said respectfully to Han Fei and the others, Greetings, senior brothers and senior sisters. You can call me Yan Yan. I have a level 8, high-quality spiritual heritage and like to chat. My goal in life is to find the best husband in the world and then dual cultivate to become a king. Everyone, bam! Under the Rubik's Cube library, Su Sanqian knelt on the ground, his entire body convulsing. He felt that his worldview had collapsed. Yixian was so talented. But she actually wanted to come to the Thug Academy? Furthermore, she wanted to date a senior brother as soon as she arrived? How could there be such a good thing? Su Daiji wasn't interested. While everyone was chatting, she supported herself with one hand on the ground and spun the Rubik's Cube in her other hand. The corners of Han Fei's mouth twitched as he said to Su Sanqian and Su Daiji, rest for a while. When everyone is here, get to know each other. Su Daiji got up, lowered her hands, and began to spin the Rubik's Cube. Su Sanqian was sizing up the strange atmosphere. Ever since he entered the school, although his senior brothers and sisters were very strong, he always felt that they were a little unreliable. Han Fei looked at Yixian and said, Since you're here, from today onwards, you are a member of the Thug Academy. We have no objections if you want to dual cultivate with Zhang Xuanyu. However, this team has to work well together. Also, do you see them? When everyone is here, the 5 of you will have to cultivate. Go and get to know each other first. Yes, senior brother. Yixian shouted and ran toward Su Daiji. Su Sanqian wasn't handsome, so she wasn't interested. However, the thing in Su Daiji's hand seemed to be very fun, just like the big box on her head. Yixian said, Hello, what are your names? Su Sanqian hesitated a little, thinking, this should be a genius from a large clan, right? He felt a little guilty. He had never seen a noble young lady before. Su Sanqian, my name is Su Sanqian. Su Daiji didn't even raise her head and said directly, Su Daiji. Yixian immediately exclaimed, Daiji, what are you playing with? It looks like it's fun. It's so cute. Su Daiji was stunned and looked at Yixian. Do you like it too? Yixian nodded repeatedly. Su Daiji immediately grinned and took out her precious third-order Rubik's Cube and gave it to Su Daiji. Play with this first. If you can figure it out, ask senior brother Han for a fourth-order one. A moment later, Han Fei and the others saw the 2 girls playing with the Rubik's Cube. Su Sanqian stood at the side. He wondered if he should ask senior brother for a Rubik's Cube too. Han Fei looked at the 3 of them and said leisurely, You're very friendly and have an astonishing affinity. Zhang Xuanyu is doomed this time. Chapter 1005. The tree spirit had no idea about this. He couldn't expect a tree to find a partner, could he? He said, Master, there are 2 more people who will arrive soon. Han Fei nodded. Okay. At this time, Li Luoluo secretly said, Is this child a chatterbox? Lurin Kwang nodded. I think you should take care of this matter. A level 8 spiritual heritage and a level 8 high-quality one. Have you heard of the Yi family? Luo Xiaobai shook her head. Jiuyin Ling said, I think I know. Everyone looked at Jiuyin Ling. Under normal circumstances, there was no reason for a clan with such high talent to be an unknown clan. Jiuyin Ling said, My father once said that the Yi family once had a strong master who almost became a king. In the history of the Yi family, there was once a strong master who almost became a king. At its most prosperous time, there were 3 venerables in one family. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Isn't this family a bit strong? Luo Xiaobai frowned and said, 3 venerables? Why haven't I heard of the Yi family? Jiuyin Ling said, that was the most glorious time. It seemed to be to break through to the king realm or something. All 3 venerables died. As a result, the family was suppressed and declined. It's said that the Yi family's bloodline is extremely rare, and women are usually in charge. It seems that the women of the Yi family can give birth to talented people. However, they are very picky. Han Fei couldn't help but click his tongue. There's such a family, but since the women of the Yi family can give birth to talented children, why is the Yi family still lonely? Jiuyin Ling pursed her lips and said, It's all because of talent. The children of the Yi family's women are never less talented than themselves. They will only be stronger, and the stronger the talent, the harder it is to give birth. Therefore, after a long time, the Yi family has more and more strong masters and fewer descendants. However, experts could fall in various ways. Until now, the Yi family had declined. According to my father, the Yi family no longer dares to show their faces outside, because many big clans want to capture their family members as furnaces to breed stronger bloodlines. Li Luo exclaimed, Isn't that too much? Captured as furnaces? How pitiful is that? Jiuyin Ling nodded. In the past, many large families had marriages with the Yi family. Nowadays, many large clans have become so powerful. More or less, they all have traces of the Yi clan. Han Fei suddenly said, Are you saying that the children of the Yi family are not less talented than themselves? In other words, Yi Xian's parents were very strong? Jiuyin Ling nodded again. They shouldn't be weak. At their level, it would be very difficult for them to have children. Therefore, Yi Xian's parents might be much older than her. Han Fei immediately rose. Yan, are your elders here? Yi Xian, who was competing with the Rubik's Cube, looked up at Han Fei and suddenly jumped up with a scream. Oh, I forgot, the old man is still outside. Han Fei immediately said, Let's go and see your old man. After a while, outside the maze, Han Fei looked around. Where is it? Yi Xian looked around and immediately stomped her feet. She howled. He ran away. The old man ran away. Han Fei rolled his eyes. Then where is your home? Do you know? Yi Xian said pitifully, He must have run away too. My stinky father wanted to have a son, so he must have abducted my mother. Han Fei suddenly felt a touch of sadness. Once, there might have been 3 explorer-level experts standing in front of me. However, I didn't cherish them. I shouldn't have neglected my duty. I should have been sitting at the door so that they couldn't run away. Alas! Han Fei heaved a long sigh. What a pity. 3 explorers. They flew away just like that. Yi Xian said resentfully, Okay, don't let me find them. At this time, many people saw Han Fei bring out a girl, and someone immediately recognized Yi Xian. Didn't she just come in the morning? Did she pass the assessment? Some parents gathered around. President Han, is this a new student of the Thug Academy? Han Fei nodded and said, Maybe today, maybe tomorrow, the 3 enrollment spots of the Thug Academy may be full. Thank you for your enthusiasm. However, the rules are the rules. If you want to enter the Thug Academy, you can only wait for the next time. Someone immediately said, President Han, when is the next time? President Han, how many spots will there be next time? Han Fei grinned and smiled faintly. When is the next time? I'm not too sure. You have to know, that the Thug Academy will provide a huge amount of resources and great efforts in training talents. Therefore, it's impossible to recruit students often, nor can it recruit many students at once. Okay, that's all I have to say. I need to invigilate the exam. With that, Han Fei teleported back with Yixian. Luo Xiaobai asked, "How is it?" Han Fei shook his head slightly. "Let's go." Han Fei wondered if the Yi family just wanted to throw the burden to the Thug Academy. Because if what Zhou Yinling said was true, once Yixian was discovered by the big families, she would definitely be captured and used as a cauldron. The Thug Academy happened to oppose the big families of the Thousand Star City. Once she became a student of the Thug Academy, anyone who dared to kidnap her would be an enemy of the Thug Academy. And now, the big families were afraid and wouldn't attack the Thug Academy easily. Therefore, it was very safe for Yixian to be placed in the Thug Academy. Firstly, the Thug Academy was full of geniuses. Secondly, it might be inconvenient for 3 explorers to take a child with them. Once something happened, it would be difficult to protect Yixian. After all, they were facing at least explorer-level people. It couldn't be that the 3 explorers and the law enforcers would oppose them, right? Thirdly, coming to the Thug Academy was also an opportunity. The Thug Academy was recognized as the best in training disciples. Thinking about this, Han Fei couldn't help but sigh. He pondered that Zhang Xuanyu could take Yixian in. This way, his future children might have a level 9 spiritual heritage. Oh, if they really did, Zhang Xuanyu would be the father of a genius. Yixian said, "Senior brother, don't worry. Dad just went to give birth. He'll definitely come back." Han Fei rolled his eyes. Who knows when he'll come back? If something happened and they couldn't arrive in time, what could they do? Han Fei said helplessly, "Okay, go play with Su Daiji and the others." Bam! Before Han Fei could talk to Luo Xiaobai and the others, he saw a girl suddenly appear under the library. The girl took a closer look and saw Han Fei and the others. At first glance, she noticed that there were only 3 people of the same age here. She immediately heaved a sigh of relief. She suddenly grinned and said, "Hello, senior brother, senior sister." Boom! Almost as soon as the girl finished speaking, a young man lay on the ground and appeared under the library. This young man's clothes were ragged and his face was covered in dust. He looked as if he had been bombed many times. "I finally succeeded. Ha ha ha, I finally succeeded." The young man quickly got up and looked around. Seeing that there were already 4 people of the same age, he was overjoyed. He had made it. He had entered the Thug Academy. The young man hurriedly said loudly, "Hello, President, teacher." Han Fei waved his hand and said, "Okay, don't call me President. Just call me senior brother and senior sister. The 2 of you introduce yourselves." The girl said seriously, "Senior brother, my name is Gu Qi, an armorist, a descendant of the Gu family of the Southern 5 Cliffs, with a level 4 high-quality spiritual heritage. My parents both died in the unknown place." Gu Qi made it clear. Since the Thug Academy could accept a descendant of the Su family with a level 3 spiritual heritage, why couldn't they accept her? After all, he had relied on himself to get in. Han Fei nodded and cast the divine healing technique on Gu Qi. "Did you burn your life to get in?" Gu Qi nodded. She had no choice. Without burning her life, she couldn't get in at all. Han Fei flipped his hand and a ball of spirit awakening fluid flew over. "Good. Hurry up and drink this. Then go ask your senior martial sister for a vitality-type spirit fruit and eat it." Gu Qi saw that it was spirit awakening fluid and looked at Han Fei in surprise. "Senior brother, is this spirit awakening fluid? It's very valuable, isn't it?" Han Fei grinned and said, "It's not bad. 5,000 high-quality pearls per caddy." Wow! Gu Qi was shocked. 5,000 high-quality pearls per caddy? And he gave it to her. Next door, Su Sanqian's eyes widened. "This bit of spirit awakening fluid is worth 5,000 high-quality pearls? There are a few caddies here, right? Xing, you also looked at Han Fei in astonishment. Me too. I'm seriously injured. I need it too. On the other hand, Su Daji and Yi Xian didn't react at all. One was focused on playing with the cube, and the other really didn't care. Gu Qi didn't care about her image. She opened her mouth and began to suck. In a moment, she sucked up all the spirit awakening fluid. Gu Qi's expression changed slightly. Oh no, senior brother, I'm about to break through. Luo Xiaobai said, come here. Eat this before you break through. After all, Gu Qi was still weak. If she hadn't overdrafted her life and burned her blood, Han Fei wouldn't have given her a chance to break through now. Luo Xiaobai gave her a vital spiritual fruit. After Gu Qi took it, she sat cross-legged on the ground and began to break through. Xingyu swallowed and quickly came back to her senses. Senior brother, my name is Xingyu, a spirit gatherer with a level 5 high-quality spiritual heritage. I'm a native of the Pure Sun Island. My father should be outside the maze right now. Han Fei nodded slightly and cast the divine healing technique over. Then he casually threw a piece of clothing over. Go get to know your classmates. Han Fei looked at Luo Xiaobai. Luo Xiaobai said, Grandpa Ku. Ku Shui appeared like a ghost. Miss, what can I do for you? Luo Xiaobai said, go investigate. Ku Shui nodded and disappeared. He definitely had to investigate. Su Sanqian and Su Daji were both members of the Su family. Xingyu and Gu Qi's investigation was simple. If it was really as they said, there would naturally be no problem. As for Yi Xian, it would be difficult. He had to make her come with him later. He wanted to see if anyone was still there. Chapter 1006. Outside the maze, Han Fei and the others led Yi Xian and the other 4 out. At this moment, night had already fallen. However, there was still a sea of people outside the maze. When everyone saw Han Fei and the others appear, they looked at the 5 youths beside Han Fei and the others almost at the same time. Needless to say, Su Sanqian and Su Daiji were members of the Su family. In the crowd, some members of the Su family smiled. They had truly been recognized by the Thug Academy. Furthermore, the birth of a new generation of disciples of the Thug Academy was a joyous occasion. After finding out the origins of the other 3, they had to go back and report the good news. Son! Suddenly, someone in the crowd shouted and rushed to the front of everyone. It was a rather elegant, middle-aged man. Perhaps because he saw that his child had entered the Thug Academy, he was beaming with joy. His face was flushed, and he couldn't stop smiling. Xingyu shouted, Dad. The middle-aged man came up and thanked him. Thank you, President Han. Ha ha ha, thank you, thank you. As he spoke, the middle-aged man placed his hand on Xingyu's head. I knew it. I knew it. My child will definitely be fine. In the future, you must study hard in school. Don't be lazy. The middle-aged man rambled on and on, while Han Fei smiled at everyone else. Everyone, as you can see, the 3 spots have been filled. The Thug Academy's enrollment has ended. In addition, since the Thug Academy has returned, we won't be unreasonable. From today onwards, the maze will be restricted to the outside world. At most, 1,000 people can enter at a time. Although the Thug Academy's enrollment is full, the maze will be of great help to those children. However, the last checkpoint will be sealed. I hope everyone is mentally prepared. Sigh, what a pity. It's full just like that. Someone said enviously, I know this child, Xingyu. He's indeed outstanding. However, his spiritual heritage doesn't seem to be very high. Someone was puzzled. Which family are the other 2 youths from? Han Fei said, There's something I think I need to remind everyone. Spiritual heritage is indeed very important, but it's not absolute. You can't just look at spiritual heritage. Everyone has their own luck and talent. I hope you won't be limited by the dead rule of spiritual heritage. Luo Xiaobai said, Everyone, let's disperse later. Then he turned around and went back. In the spiritual plant maze, a voice sounded. All candidates, the Thug Academy's enrollment is full. Those who wish to continue the trial will not be able to enter the Thug Academy. From today onwards, the labyrinth will be open to the public. Everyone can go back now. As soon as this voice came out, the labyrinth immediately exploded. What? Are all three of them here? Damn it, why are they all here? Some people were already riddled with injuries at the last 50 kilometers of the checkpoint. When they heard the voice, they were completely stunned. Some of the children were fine and did not react much. In any case, it seemed that he really couldn't break through. However, this test had made him realize his own abilities. Some people frowned and were teleported out of the maze. Some people were sighing. It seemed that they were disappointed because they were not talented enough. Some people were also suspicious. Was this a trick of the Thug Academy? Was it to trick people into giving up? But in fact, they had to work harder. But they didn't care about that anymore. At this moment in the back mountain, Han Fei instructed, "Everyone build your own houses and tree houses. We don't have dormitories in the Thug Academy, so we have to rely on ourselves." Lu Rinquang said, "After the tree house is built, let's eat. If there's anything, we'll talk about it tomorrow morning." Zhu Yinling had now completely changed from a little fairy to a girl from an ordinary family. She was also building a tree house. However, the location of the tree house was right next to Han Fei's. Although she had obtained the heavenly music book, logically speaking, she should have walked and seen a lot and gained experience in the mortal world. However, since the crisis of the comfort and nature technique had been solved, she wanted to stay in the Thug Academy for a while longer. Gu Qi had already completed her breakthrough. At this moment, she was an intermediate fishing master. After a while, she ran to Han Fei. "Senior brother, I have something to tell you." Han Fei asked, "What's the matter?" Gu Qi lowered her head and said, "Senior brother, I secretly ran out without telling my family. They don't know yet." Han Fei said lightly, "Tomorrow, I'll go with you to the southern 5 cliff." "Thank you, senior brother." Gu Qi happily ran to build a house. Hearing Han Fei's words, she was relieved. Otherwise, if her family found out in the future, who knew what would happen? After all, she had no status at home. Besides, when did she escape from the marriage? The next morning, Han Fei took Gu Qi and flew straight to the southern 5 cliff. The so-called southern 5 cliffs was because there were 5 high cliffs on this floating island, so it was famous. However, on the floating island of the southern 5 cliff, there were not only the Gu family, but as many as 6 families. The Gu family was just one of the big families. But even so, the Gu family couldn't be underestimated. After all, as long as a family could settle down on the 36 main islands, they had a certain strength. At least, there were explorer-level powerhouses in their families. This was the basic element. If a so-called family didn't even have an explorer, it would be the end of the family. This was also why the Su family had to suck up to the Thug Academy. Although there were 2 explorer-level powerhouses in the Su family, once they died, Su Yang definitely wouldn't be able to protect the family alone. Han Fei asked, "Gu Qi, how is your relationship with your family?" Gu Qi said, "Very bad. Big families have no feelings and only know how to exploit others. They wanted to marry me, so I had to run away. So I sneaked to the Pure Sun Island. It just so happened that our academy was recruiting students, so I came." Han Fei couldn't help but click his tongue. Ever since he started asking about the big families, there had never been any good comments. It seemed that they were all unreliable. On a floating island, there was also a division of towns. The Gu family relied on Qingshan Town, and this Qingshan Town was basically the Gu family's property. According to Gu Qi, the Gu family had an advanced explorer who seemed to be less than 1,000 years old. There was also a peak-level law enforcer who was about to break through to become an explorer. Therefore, it was not surprising that the Gu family had such a property. Gu Qi said, "Senior brother, this is it." Han Fei saw a large house built against the mountains and rivers, which looked like a small village. The residents here were scattered, but they were all planned in one area. Han Fei said in surprise, "Is this the main branch, and the subsidiary branches separated?" Gu Qi nodded. "Yes, but they still live together." Han Fei landed at the archway of the Gu family. If he flew directly to the main house, it seemed that he would be disrespecting the explorers. After all, he had just returned from the Thug Academy, and it was not good to be too high profile. In front of the decorated archway, a guard from the Gu family had an ugly expression on his face when he saw Gu Qi. "Gu Qi, how dare you? A few days ago, you found an excuse to sneak away and caused us to be punished for nothing. Come with me to the main house to receive your punishment." Gu Qi hid behind Han Fei. Only then did the guards notice Han Fei. Han Fei looked back and found that someone was spying on him, but now he ran away. He didn't know why. In front of him, the leading guard was a junior hidden fisher. He looked at Han Fei with an ugly face. "Your Excellency, what do you mean?" Han Fei said with a faint smile, "Gu Qi is now a student of the Thug Academy, and I am his senior brother. I came here today to tell him that I'm taking him away." Thug Academy? In the dust of history, the name Thug Academy had not appeared for 38 years. Many people had forgotten about it. The guard sneered. "I thought you were from the 7 major sects. If you are not from the 7 major sects, you want to take him away from the Gu family? Guards, surround him. If you know what's good for you, hand him over." Clatter! Han Fei snapped his fingers, and suddenly 7 or 8 guards within 100 meters all staggered and fell to one knee. Han Fei said lightly, "I don't want to embarrass you. Since I'm here to talk to you. Please inform the main house that Han Fei, the acting president of the Thug Academy, has come to visit." As Han Fei withdrew the gravity, the faces of these guards changed drastically. "So strong. Did I misjudge him? Is he a law enforcer?" Immediately, the guard got up, snorted, took out his fishing boat, and quickly flew to the main house. What happened just now gave Gu Qi a lot of confidence. At the same time, he was also amazed by senior brother's strength. He didn't even move, and these usually strong guards all fell to the ground. In front of the archway, people passed by one after another, and many people recognized Gu Qi. Those who didn't see the scene just now changed their faces when they saw Gu Qi. "Chi-Chi, you're in big trouble this time. I heard that the Zhou family next door had just sent the betrothal gifts, and you ran away." The Zhou family was furious and said they would settle the score with our family. Gu Qi's face darkened. "I won't marry him. I didn't get a share of the betrothal gifts, nor did they give me any money or resources. I'm not going to marry him. Someone tried to persuade her. Chi-Chi, it's not bad. Have you forgotten the year before last? Gu Xiaoba will be miserable if she marries the Qian family." Someone was about to step forward, but Han Fei slightly released his aura, which made many people slightly shocked. Where did this girl find a backer? Or did she bring a man back? After a while, Han Fei frowned and looked at a guard. "Is the main house far away? Why hasn't he arrived yet?" The guard said awkwardly, "The main house is also busy." Han Fei sneered. "Busy? Is he busy making a baby? It's only a short distance. Is he busy?" Han Fei thought to himself, "Wait a little longer. If he still doesn't come, I'll take him away. If he has the ability, come to the Thug Academy to find me." Suddenly, Han Fei looked back, only to find that dozens of fishing boats were flying at him with hostility. Chapter 1007. Those fishing boats obviously didn't come with good intentions. The people who came down from above were also very aggressive, as if they were going to denounce him. Among them, the strongest was a law enforcer. What level was he at? Han Fei couldn't tell. However, he should be at least an intermediate one. At this moment, Han Fei finally understood why the Gu family hadn't arrived yet. It turned out that Gu Qi's escape from the wedding had humiliated the Gu family. Therefore, they simply waited for the Zhou family to take her away. Anyway, the Gu family had already accepted the betrothal gifts. In the crowd, there was a young man who looked about the same age as him. He was probably at least 18 years old. At this moment, his face was dark. Good. Gucci, you actually ran away from the wedding and made me lose face in the Zhou family. Now you're back? Hurry up and get over here. Gucci blushed. Zhou Tai, I have nothing to do with you. Who said I was going to marry you? I won't marry you. Bastard. Zhou Tai was furious and immediately wanted to go forward to take her away. As for Han Fei, who was as young as him, he didn't take him seriously at all and thought he was from the Gu family. Gucci, don't be so shameless. Now come to me voluntarily and obediently. Perhaps I can spare your life. Otherwise, don't blame me for being merciless. Young master, wait a minute. Suddenly, Zhou Tai was pulled by a hand, and a middle-aged man came to his side. Zhou Tai was burning with anger. How could he give in? He wanted to shake off this hand, only to find that he couldn't. Suddenly, Zhou Tai became a little sober. What's going on? The middle-aged man looked at Han Fei. Who are you? Han Fei said leisurely. Why, you finally remember to ask me who I am. The middle-aged man smiled lightly. You're already a peak-level hidden fisher at such a young age. If you were from the Gu family, I would have known you. So, little friend, which family are you from? Han Fei smiled contemptuously. Do I have to be from an aristocratic family? I am Gucci's senior brother. The middle-aged man frowned. The 7 major sects? Han Fei shook his head. No. The middle-aged man was puzzled, but his expression also changed. You're not from an aristocratic family, nor are you from one of the 7 great sections. Young friend, could it be that you want to meddle in the affairs of my Zhou clan? From the middle-aged man's point of view, the Gu family status was even lower than the Zhou family's. If he was acquainted with powerful sects and clans, it wouldn't stop there. Since Han Fei was not from the 7 major sects, he must be from an ordinary small sect. There were at least 80 such academies in the 1,000-star city. Normally, it was already very rare for an explorer to be in charge of such a school. Who would take them seriously? The middle-aged man said faintly, Let Gucci come here. The Zhou family won't pursue the matter. Han Fei chuckled. What if I refuse? Without waiting for the middle-aged man to speak, Zhou Tai was already infuriated. What an arrogant brat! No one in the southern 5 cliffs has ever dared to be so arrogant with me. You are the first. Take him down. The middle-aged man did not object. He wanted to see how strong Han Fei was. He didn't need to worry about such a small matter. Immediately, 3 peak-level hidden fishers rushed over. Clack! Bam! In an instant, the 3 peak-level hidden fishers all fell to the ground. Under the law of gravity, it was impossible for them to get up at all. At this moment, even without using any secret techniques, Han Fei's pure strength had already reached 2 waves. How could ordinary hidden fishers resist him? The middle-aged man's face changed drastically. The power of law. You're not a hidden fisher, but a law enforcer? Han Fei smiled coldly. So what if I am a hidden fisher? So what if I am a law enforcer? Since Gucci is a student of this academy, he will be a member of this academy from now on. The middle-aged man's face turned ugly. Okay, let's see what school dares to rob a member of the Zhou family. Zhou Tai cursed. Gucci, you be asterisk TCH. Do you think a lousy academy can help you? What do you think the Zhou family is? An ordinary family? You think you can come and go as you please? Uncle Qing, tear them apart for me. Han Fei murmured, Devil change. At the moment when Uncle Qing's phantom clenched his fist, a terrifying golden fist mark rumbled out. Bam! In an instant, there was a loud explosion. Everyone, including Zhou Tai, was sent flying, and the archway of the Gu family collapsed. Gucci was fine. Looking at Han Fei's figure, She suddenly felt that he was so tall. Is this the Thug Academy? Is this my senior brother? My teacher and the president didn't even see him. But my senior brother is already so strong. Then in the future, will I also have a chance to become so strong? Uncle Qing obviously didn't expect Han Fei to be so strong. Carelessly, he was blasted back dozens of steps, his arms trembling, and blood dripping down his fingers. And the others all vomited blood, whether it was the Zhou family or the Gu family. Only those spectators who were far away were spared. Han Fei's voice echoed in the sky. In the whole world, the Zhou family is the first one who dares to say that the Thug Academy is a lousy academy. What? Just two declining families. How can they be so arrogant? Immediately, the onlookers rolled their eyes at Han Fei. F***CK, who the hell is arrogant? Zhou Tai was shocked. This person is obviously the same age as me. Why is his strength so terrifying? He was immediately horrified. You, don't mess around. There are 2 explorer patriarchs in the Zhou family. You'd better think it over. Han Fei didn't even look at him, but looked at the middle-aged man whose face had changed drastically. What? Is the Zhou family going to rob a student of the Thug Academy? Uncle Qing's face changed. He had heard the news that the Thug Academy had returned. At that time, he was a little shocked. Thugs. Back then, it was a super academy that suppressed the 7 major sects and only had heavenly talents. But now they actually accepted Gucci. But Gucci's talent was mediocre. What was worth the Thug Academy's attention? Uncle Qing's face changed and he looked back. Little friend, Gucci is engaged to my young master. Han Fei sneered. After entering the Thug Academy, you're free to love. Do you think it's an engagement? What do you think the Thug Academy is? Han Fei looked at Gucci. Little Qi, are you willing to marry that fool? Gucci shook her head. I'm not getting married. I'm definitely not getting married. Han Fei shrugged. Did you hear that? Was it not loud enough? Or was it not detailed enough? As he spoke, he looked at the sky. Are the people of the Gu family all dead? Since you don't want to come out, I'll take him with me. If you have the guts, go to the Thug Academy and ask for him. But I'll say this here. Whoever wants to ask for him should first think about their own strength. In terms of bragging, no one in the Thug Academy dared to say that they were the best. He was just a hidden fisher, but he pretended to be a venerable and was extremely domineering. Whoosh! An old man appeared. The Gu family did not send the enforcers out to keep up appearances. The explorer came in person. The old man didn't seem to care about the scene in front of him at all. Instead, he smiled and said, "So you're an outstanding disciple of the Thug Academy. My Gu family has been negligent in this matter. Since you're here, please come to the main residence for a chat." Han Fei curled his lips. You didn't let me in just now. Sorry, I won't go in now. Today, I'm here to inform you of this. Gucci has already joined the Thug Academy. From now on, he will be a student of the Thug Academy. Because there are extremely few students in our academy, we have always been biased. Senior of the Gu family, please forgive me. I'll take him away today. The old man narrowed his eyes slightly. Little friend, aren't you a little too domineering? After all, Gucci is a disciple of the Gu family. You'll have to give me an explanation if you take him away like this, won't you? Han Fei immediately sneered and looked at the old man. You're too narrow-minded. You want an explanation from the Thug Academy? Are you sure? The old man's face darkened slightly. I heard that no teacher of the Thug Academy has returned. There are a few young friends who haven't become law enforcers yet. Aren't you a little too arrogant? Han Fei grinned and said, The Thug Academy has always been like this. Well, when I first came to the Thousand-Star City, there was an ignorant disciple of the Chu sect who tried to stop me, but I crippled him. I didn't see the Chu sect come to me for an explanation. Why, Senior Gu, do you really want an explanation from the Thug Academy? As soon as he said this, the expressions of the Zhou family and the Gu family changed. They really didn't know about this. A disciple of the Chu sect was crippled by Han Fei? This news was extraordinary. Since Han Fei dared to touch a disciple of the Chu sect, it meant that the power behind Han Fei was beyond their imagination. That was why the Chu sect didn't react. Han Fei chuckled, took out the wind god boat, and glanced at the Zhou family and the Gu family. I'm taking him away. Who has a problem? Seeing that neither side answered, Han Fei glanced at Gu Qi. Let's go back to school. After Han Fei flew away, the old man of the Gu family pondered for a moment and looked at the Zhou family. I'm really sorry. The Gu family will return double the betrothal gifts. From today onwards, this matter has nothing to do with the Gu family. However, in my opinion, the Zhou family should try not to interfere for the time being. At least now is not the time. Zhou Tai looked at the middle-aged man and said angrily, Uncle Qing. Uncle Qing shook his head slightly. Let's go back. On the way. Gu Qi's eyes were full of admiration as he looked at Han Fei. He's too powerful. Her senior brother, a hidden fisher, was so domineering in front of a real explorer. Just this scene alone had completely subdued her. She never expected that the academy she randomly entered would be so strong. Han Fei rolled his eyes. Hey, get rid of that look in your eyes. Remember, this is the Thug Academy's style of doing things. In the future, don't ruin our prestige. I won't. Gu Qi immediately straightened his back. Gu Qi will never ruin the prestige of the Thug Academy in the future. Han Fei grunted and thought to himself, I wonder what Xiaobai's harvest is today. Chapter 1008. After Han Fei returned to the academy, there were still thousands of people in the maze who hadn't given up. Of course, Han Fei didn't care about them. When he came to the back mountain, Lu Rinquang was making dumplings. Su Sanqian and Xing Yu were assisting him, while Yi Xian was causing trouble. This girl was probably the only talkative person the Thug Academy had recruited so far. At this moment, Yi Xian made a fish-shaped dumpling and ran to Zhang Xuanyu. Darling, look, I made a little fish. Zhang Xuanyu's face darkened. I told you not to call me darling. Got it, darling. After a while, Yi Xian made another ball and pulled out some thorns. She ran to Zhang Xuanyu. Darling, look, I made a ball fish. Lu Rinquang rolled his eyes. Zhang Xuanyu, can you take this little clingy person away? She's ruining my flower. Zhang Xuanyu said angrily. What does it have to do with me? Jiu Yinling and Li Luoluo were also trying to make dumplings. This, they learned very quickly. Li Luoluo threw a colorful worm in from time to time. Let's compete and see whose luck is better. Lu Rinquang threw all her dumplings to her side in disdain. I hate bugs, and I hate eating bugs even more. Luo Xiaobai sat on the tree, while Su Daiji was playing with the cube. Furthermore, she had already put together the fourth-order cube. At this moment, she was holding a third-order Rubik's Cube in one hand and a fourth-order Rubik's Cube in the other. As soon as Han Fei landed with Gu Qi, Yi Xian shouted, Chi-Chi, come and make dumplings. Gu Qi was surprised. Huh. Oh, I'm coming. Su Daiji had already run to Han Fei and extended her hand. Han Fei looked at her. Oh, she's done with the fourth order too? But he didn't panic. He was already prepared. From the 5th to the 6th, he had done a total of 10. Anyway, it was enough for Su Daiji to play with for a long time. Han Fei threw the 5th order cube to Su Daiji. Su Daiji smiled sweetly and then began to spin again. After sending Su Daiji away, Han Fei looked at Luo Xiaobai. How is it? Luo Xiaobai shook her head slightly. When we arrived, the building was already empty. Yi Xian and the old man she spoke of have already escaped. They did not leave any traces behind. Han Fei couldn't help but sigh. I should have known. Luo Xiaobai asked, how about you? How about going to the Gu family? Han Fei said casually, I ran into a little trouble, but it's not a big problem. Luo Xiaobai nodded. The academy's land has been taken back, and the students have been recruited. Your body tempering technique is probably enough for them to practice for a while. In addition to the cultivation methods in the library, their strength will probably improve very quickly in the next 3 months. Han Fei nodded. This was different from when they first met. Back then, although they had also grown very quickly, they did not have the conditions they had now. At that time, he didn't have any resources or weapons. There were enough cultivation techniques and battle techniques, but everyone focused on different things, so they didn't learn too much. As for Su Sanqian and the others, they had cultivation techniques, combat skills, and resources. However, they had to consider going to the trial ground. Han Fei asked, "Is there an arena on the Pure Sun Island?" Luo Xiaobai said in surprise, "You want them to fight in the arena now?" Han Fei shook his head. "It's still too early. We have to go to the 1,000-star testing ground first and snatch a few trial grounds. Otherwise, no matter how strong they are, it's useless." Luo Xiaobai nodded. "That's right. The 1,000-star testing ground is indeed imperative. We have to hurry. There is an arena on the Pure Sun Island, but it should be more difficult than when we were in Blue Sea Town. If they want to win 100 matches in a row there, their basic skills aren't enough. Also, who do you think should be the captain of the 5 of them?" Han Fei grinned. "This is something you should consider." Luo Xiaobai nodded and looked at everyone. "After this meal, cultivate. I want to conduct a comprehensive ability test on the 5 of you." When Su Sanqian and the others heard this, their expressions changed slightly. They thought to themselves, "We can't be negligent. We have to work hard to unleash all our advantages." Han Fei said, "From now on, without our permission, you are not allowed to break through, especially Guqi. In order to make up for your potential, you have already broken through once. You have to be crushed to death. Before everyone catches up to you, you can't make another breakthrough." Guqi said in surprise, everyone. Guqi looked at Su Daiji, who was playing with the Rubik's Cube. This little girl was only a level 8 fisher and had never experienced spiritual awakening. How long would it take for her to catch up to him? However, thinking that Han Fei should have a lot of spirit awakening fluid on him, Guqi didn't say anything. She pondered. Since senior brother made such a rule, he must have his reasons. Han Fei looked at Su Daiji and said, "Daiji, I'll give you 3 months. In 3 months, advance to an intermediate fishing master. Otherwise, there won't be any 6th grade and 7th grade Rubik's Cubes to play with in the future." Hearing this, Su Daiji immediately stopped and said anxiously, "No." Su Daiji didn't like to talk, but when she heard that Han Fei wasn't going to let her play, she panicked. Han Fei said, "So, you have to break through quickly." Li Luo immediately said, "Isn't it too fast? You've made her improve too much in the past 3 months, haven't you?" Han Fei grinned. In order to prevent Su Daiji from improving too fast and unstable, everyone, take 3 hours a day to suppress your realm to the same level as Daiji. For against 1, train her. At that time, everyone, including Yixian, was dumbfounded. For of us against her? She's the youngest. Su Daiji curled her lips. "I don't like fighting." Han Fei didn't give Su Daiji a chance to escape. "You have to fight me even if you don't like it. When you can last for half an hour under the hands of the 4 of them," Juinling said, "is Daji's talent so high?" Lu Renquang said, "Fei, are you doubting her?" "Not doubting. Su Daiji must have a growing spiritual heritage. Her endurance, reaction speed, and IQ are all extremely high, but she has never used them herself. Besides, her performance on the spiritual heritage testing stone made the Su family mistakenly think that her aptitude was not good and she was just a little special. That's why we picked her up." Luo Xiaobai asked, "Do you think Daji will become the strongest among them?" Han Fei counted carefully. Su Sanqian is a manipulator Gu Qi is an armorist. Xingyu is a spirit gatherer and a soul warrior, and Yixian is a hunter and a soul warrior. Then Su Daiji will be a pure soul warrior, the strongest one. Everyone wasn't too sure about Han Fei's judgment. However, if Su Daiji finally chose to be a soul warrior, then this team would become a perfect combination again. Li Luo was interested. Then we have to make Yan Yan more inclined to be a hunter. I'll be responsible for this. Xingyu being able to pass Han Fei's assessment meant that he was more talented as a spirit gatherer. So there was no doubt about it. After a moment, at the dining table, Yixian said, "Darling, dumplings are so delicious. Eat more." "Huh, what's this sour thing? Do we eat every day in school? This is too blissful," Yixian blabbered on. Han Fei said leisurely, "Yixian, when it's time to eat, just eat properly. Don't babble." After Han Fei said that, Yixian's voice dropped by an octave and she rubbed against Zhang Xuanyu. "Darling, let me feed you." Uft. Han Fei almost spat out a mouthful of food. "Damn it, I can't live like this anymore." After the meal, below the library, Luo Xiaobai looked at everyone and pointed at Han Fei. "Now, the 5 of you, use all your strength to attack Han Fei." Everyone was shocked. They weren't on the same level at all. How could they fight? There was a hint of slyness in Luo Xiaobai's eyes. Han Fei can only use the strength of a level 8 fisher. As for you, think of a way to last 30 minutes. Su Sanqian and Xing Yu looked at each other. Isn't this too much? You want us to last 30 minutes with the strength of a level 8 fisher? Han Fei pulled a small branch from the spiritual plant wall and looked at them. Come on, remember to go all out. Yixian was eager to try. She had never done such a fun thing before. Su Daiji put away the cube and thought for a moment before looking at Han Fei. No weapons. Han Fei smiled and said, "What weapon do you want?" Su Daiji sniffed. "A brick." Han Fei. The corners of Han Fei's mouth twitched. He casually took out a fish bone and refined it into a fishbone brick before throwing it to Su Daiji. Xingyu said in a low voice, "Remember, persevere. Try to attack first. San Qian, wander around the periphery. Don't get close." Luo Xiaobai shouted, "Begin!" Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As soon as Luo Xiaobai said that, Gu Qi took the lead to attack. Mortal weapons poured out from the armor box. Xingyu shouted, "San Qian." Su Sanqian, in the blink of an eye, the spider silk was like a steel rope. It didn't latch onto Han Fei. Instead, it first latched onto the ground around Han Fei, limiting his range of movement. Yixian disappeared with a whoosh. She was extremely fast. Han Fei glanced at it and found that one of the steel ropes moved. Immediately he leaned back. In the wind, he grabbed Yixian's ankle with one hand. At this moment, Su Sanqian's spider silk wrapped around Han Fei. Han Fei pulled hard and blocked Yixian in front of him. As for Han Fei himself, he made a few strange movements, flipped and dodged. Bam! At this moment, Su Daiji had somehow circled behind Han Fei with the brick in her hand. While she was attacking, she even shouted out loud. Han Fei tilted his head slightly and pushed his body back. With a shake of his shoulder, he pressed against Su Daiji's wrist. He flipped over and slapped Su Daiji. The latter staggered. However, she was quickly pulled back by the spider silk. Xing Yu held his long rod and attacked from the side. He shouted, "Yan Yan, don't attack forcefully. Hold the line first before attacking." Xing Yu's voice was especially loud. Han Fei grinned. He did it on purpose. This guy is trying to confuse me. In fact, Yixian had already attacked her back. Han Fei twisted his body and placed one hand in the air. A gentle force easily deflected Yixian's body and sent her crashing into Xingyu. 10 seconds. 20 seconds. Han Fei seemed to only be defending. During this time, he glanced at Luo Xiaobai, who nodded. The corners of Han Fei's mouth curled up, and his body made a strange movement. With the help of the spider silk on the ground, he bent his body, making Su Daiji's brick hit nothing but air. Then, with the force of the spider silk, he bounced and hit Su Daiji, sending her flying. With his other hand, he flipped and grabbed Yi Xian's wrist. He snatched the dagger and shot at Xingyu, who was the slowest. Uft! Xingyu was hit, amidst the flying swords and sabers. Han Fei's posture was strange. He sent Gu Qi flying with a spiritual energy explosion. At the same time, he grabbed a spider silk that was shooting at him and used it to jump toward Su Sanqian. In just 5 seconds, all 5 of them landed on the ground with minor injuries. Han Fei said unhappily, "Your cooperation is a mess." Chapter 1009. To Han Fei and the others, their growth had not only relied on their strength, but also their experience, skills, and reaction to battles. Further up, at the level of law enforcers, explorers, and even venerables, the battle depended on whose fist was bigger. Even for hidden fishers, there was an insurmountable gap between heavenly talents and ordinary hidden fishers. Therefore, in terms of combat ability, Han Fei was probably not weak even among law enforcers and explorers. In fact, he didn't even use the substitute combat technique that Ran Tianfei had given him. Just the 108 desolate god body alone was enough to easily defeat the 5 of them. At this moment, everyone, including Yi Xian, was shocked. The only exception was Su Daiji. The girl was sitting on the ground, still holding the brick in her hand. She was a little confused. Luo Xiaobai looked at Han Fei. As expected, the captain can only be chosen between Xingyu and Su Sanqian. Xingyu's inappropriate command during the battle is entirely because he has little experience and hasn't experienced many battles. However, at least he's calm. As the controller, Su Sanqian knows the situation the best. But I wonder if he has any advantage in guiding? Han Fei said, "Then test the 2 of them." Luo Xiaobai thought for a moment and suddenly took out 2 fish skin test papers. She handed them to Xingyu and Su Sanqian, respectively. "Do this." Han Fei glanced at it and was stunned. Aren't these the test papers from the 36 towns assessment? When he saw the first question, Han Fei was stunned. How do I answer this question? Luo Xiaobai seemed to have taught me before, but I don't remember it. Immediately, Han Fei looked at Xingyu and Su Sanqian sympathetically. "Good luck," Yi Xian said. "Senior sister, why don't I have it?" Luo Xiaobai said, "Because you don't need it." Zhang Xuanyu said leisurely, "If you really want to see it, you can just take a look." A moment later, Yi Xian came back with her tongue hanging out. It was too terrifying, too terrifying. Su Daiji didn't look at it at all. Gu Qi was standing between Su Sanqian and Xingyu. She looked at one and the other, dumbfounded. She had a feeling that she couldn't answer any of these questions. When Su Sanqian and Xingyu saw the question, they were stunned. They couldn't do the first question at all. Lu Rinquang shivered and said with mixed feelings, "Isn't this too cruel?" Li Luoluo sensed it, and her face changed. "Are we going to take this to the test?" After a long silence, Juinling said, "This seems rather difficult." Luo Xiaobai said casually, "I just want to see their temperament." Apart from Su Sanqian and Xingyu, the other 3 were taken away by Han Fei to temper their bodies. Yi Xian cried out, "Husband, this is so difficult." Zhang Xuanyu said with a dark face, "Call me senior brother. Senior brother, senior brother. It's not difficult for everyone except for you. Do you still want me to help you?" Yi Xian blushed. "Pervert." Zhang Xuanyu. Han Fei patted Zhang Xuanyu's shoulder. "This is an accident at most. There won't be a second one. Besides, isn't that what you like?" Zhang Xuanyu gritted his teeth. "What? That's what I like. I'm still a child." Bam! Han Fei kicked it and shouted, "Senior tree spirit!" He saw the tree spirit walk out of the spiritual plant wall. "Master," Han Fei said, Stay here and look after the house. Let's go out. Luo Xiaobai asked all of them. Han Fei thought for a moment. It's the first time. Let's go and take a look. Li Luoluo asked, Where are we going? The 1,000-star proving ground. Han Fei didn't ask for Zhou Yinling's opinion because the Heavenly Music Book had already explained the answer. Zhou Yinling was the one who needed to move around the most. Luo Xiaobai looked at Su Sanqian and Xingyu. After you're done, temper your bodies with everyone. Su Sanqian and Xingyu hurriedly agreed. Han Fei and the others boarded the fishing boat and flew to the 1,000-star proving ground. Over the past few days, Han Fei had already read the information about the 1,000-star city. Furthermore, this time, Ku Shui had come. With the Su family's explorer paying attention and the tree spirit's clone staying in the school, there was no need to be afraid of explorer-level experts. The 1,000-star proving ground contained thousands of secret realms. Here, only a few places were open to the public. Most of the places were controlled by the aristocratic families and the 7 major sections. According to the difference in the secret realms, there were also 10 levels of difficulty. This division corresponded to the Fisher realm to the King realm, a total of 10 realms. The higher the difficulty level, the fewer secret realms there were. At present, 80% of the secret realms in the 1,000-star proving ground had been explored. This was the data from more than 30 years ago. Why was it 80%? This was because from the level of the law enforcer, which was the 7th level of difficulty, the secret realms were no longer easy to explore. It was said that high-level secret realms were usually more difficult than normal secret realms. The law enforcer mystic realm might very well cause the death of the explorer. The explorer mystic realm might also cause the death of a venerable. As for the venerable mystic realm, the information said that a venerable from the Chu sect had once entered and explored it, but he never came out. It could be seen that the higher the level of the 1,000-star proving ground, the more difficult it was. The reason why the Chu sect and the Chao family were known as the Chao in the south and the Chu in the north was that these two families had explored nearly 5 explorer mystic realms, which were level 8 secret realms. As for the venerable mystic realm and the king mystic realm, no one had successfully explored them. For countless years, not a single one had succeeded. No one who went in could come out alive. In Han Fei's hand, he was holding the swallowing seashell that Old Bai gave him before he came. Because he always knew that this thing was troublesome, Han Fei kept it in Forge the Universe and didn't look at it. At this moment, this trouble had to be dealt with, so he glanced at it. As a result, he found that in the swallowing seashell was a pile of fish skin maps and a pile of crystal clear, yellow bead-like things. Each bead had a number on it. For example, Han Fei casually looked at a bead, which had 4 stars and the number 21 on it. If Han Fei understood correctly, the 4 stars corresponded to the secret realms of the dangling Fisher realm. The number on it should be the serial number of the secret realms. After a quick glance at the fish skin map, Han Fei soon found the corresponding fish skin map. And on the map, it was a map of a secret realm. Obviously, this place had been explored. Therefore, someone from the former Thug Academy had drawn a map of this place. Han Fei couldn't help wondering. There were as many as 236 beads here. This meant that the former Thug Academy had robbed more than 200 secret realms in one breath, which was really amazing. Besides, Han Fei found 3 8-star beads on all these pillars. In other words, the Thug Academy had taken 3 Explorer-level secret realms. Oh my god, isn't this comparable to the Chao family and the Chu sect? If the Thug Academy hadn't declined more than 30 years ago, its heritage would indeed be comparable to that of the Chao family and the Chu sect. Han Fei immediately thought of something, but now he couldn't take them all out. Since these secret realms were extremely precious, it was possible that someone was coveting them. The beads of the explorer's secret realm were useless to Han Fei now. Even if they hadn't become a law enforcer yet, they might not be able to use the beads of law enforcers. However, with their strength, it shouldn't be difficult for them to take the hidden Fisher-level secret realm. Seeing Han Fei's strange expression, Luo Xiaobai couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong?" Han Fei smiled. "Nothing. I'll show you a surprise later." Except for Luo Xiaobai and Zhu Yinling, the others all asked, "What surprise?" Han Fei chuckled and said, "Surprise? If I say it out loud, it won't be so surprising. Okay, where are we flying to?" Ku Shui said, "The 1,000-star proving ground is on the Star River Island outside the 3 Holy Lands." The entire island was the 1,000-star proving ground. We've only flown 1/3 of the way now. It's still early. Suddenly, Ku Shui added, "Young masters, a few senses scanned us just now. They should be explorer level. Young masters, I'm afraid you have to be prepared." Han Fei said disdainfully, "Ignore them. If they could, they would have done it long ago. They wouldn't have waited until now. Let the juniors do it. I can beat them until their scalps go numb." Luo Xiaobai nodded slightly. "Indeed, as long as we don't break through to become a law enforcer, law enforcers won't be able to find trouble with us." Lu Rinquang muttered, "Swallow them." Zhu Yinling looked at Han Fei. "Is this also considered an experience in the mortal world?" Han Fei smiled and said, "Of course it is. The scheming and scheming of the aristocratic families, the countless dirty tricks of those arrogant scions, are enough for you to broaden your horizons." "Oh." Zhu Yinling lowered her head slightly, thinking about something. About an hour later, everyone finally arrived. They saw it. It was a huge island emitting black mist. In the sky near this island, there were thousands of fishing boats floating in the air. On almost every fishing boat, there were people in 2s and 3s. When the wind god boat arrived, it attracted the attention of many people because of its cool appearance. Many people were puzzled. Whose family is this? But the 1,000-star city was really too big. It could be called a large country. Every island was equivalent to a province with a population of hundreds of millions. Who could know all of them? The only advantage of cultivators was that their transportation speed was fast. For example, Han Fei and the others could fly a distance of 5,000 kilometers in half an hour. Therefore, in this sense, although the geographical range of the 1,000-star city was vast, it was still acceptable. Han Fei and the others didn't stop for a moment. Ku Shui controlled the fishing boat and came directly to a very huge ground outside Star River Island that looked like a huge plain. Ku Shui said, "Young masters, this is the only open area of Star River Island. However, the young lord should already know the way to enter Star River Island. If you have star beads here, you can directly open the portal and enter the secret realm. If you don't have star beads, you have to walk into the galaxy through the dark mist and look for star beads in the galaxy. However, the galaxy is dangerous and star beads are scarce. Too many have been collected. If you can find it, I'm afraid it will be an extremely terrifying secret realm." Han Fei nodded. "It's okay. We have star beads." Everyone looked at Han Fei, wondering when they had such a thing. Chapter 10:10. From the outside, the Star River Island looked like a terrifying place filled with dense black qi. Light couldn't penetrate the fog, so it was like a huge and dark hole, devouring people's souls. At this moment, Han Fei grabbed a star bead and said, "Before coming, the president gave me a sea-swallowing seashell, which is full of these things, more than 200 of them." Wow! Everyone took a deep breath, and Zhang Xuanyu said, "You mean our Thug Academy has more than 200 secret realms?" Lu Rinquang said in shock, "Then are we rich?" Li Luoluo said in surprise, "I formally propose to join the Thug Academy and submit the application." Han Fei rolled his eyes. "Go away. Although there are many secret realms, they have all been explored." Luo Xiaobai said, "These secret realms haven't been to for a long time, right?" Zhou Yinling said, "Some of these secret realms on Star River Island have been explored repeatedly, so I'm afraid there are indeed no dangers. However, these secret realms have not been explored for many years, so there will definitely be dangers. As for resources, if they are explored a lot, I'm afraid there won't be many. Han Fei glanced at the fish skin maps and found that there were very few relic fish skin maps, only 18. Among them, there was only one for dangling fishers, 3 for suspense fishers, 6 for hidden fishers, 8 for law enforcers, and nothing else. Han Fei thought for a moment and said, "Don't worry about the relic ones for the time being. Let's enter one randomly and determine the danger." Han Fei had some guesses. Old Bai said he wanted to rebuild the Thug Academy, which was fine. He wanted to take disciples, which was also fine. However, Old Bai specifically reminded him that he wanted to come to the 1,000-star proving ground, not only to open up the original secret realms for new students to go to. Maybe Old Bai also wanted to ask them to try walking in the galaxy and find a law enforcer's secret realm. After all, Han Fei and the others hadn't become law enforcers yet, and a law enforcer's secret realm wasn't something ordinary law enforcers could explore. Therefore, Old Bai said it euphemistically. Han Fei felt that he had guessed Old Bai's meaning. To be honest, he didn't intend to find a new law enforcer's secret realm now. At least, they couldn't do it before Tang Ji's wedding. Right now, the most reasonable situation was for the 6 of them to go and see what the law enforcer mystic realm left behind by the Thug Academy was like. He had to find a relic. That way, the level of danger would be greatly reduced. After a relic type of mystic realm was explored, the strange power of the relic might no longer be there. How much danger could there be? As for other types of mystic realms, that might not be the case. Han Fei was thinking that when all of them became law enforcers one day, they would go into the galaxy and try to find a new law enforcer's secret realm. Han Fei was quite satisfied with his plan. After all, there were still 7 years until the old turtle of the Empyrean waterfall came out. In these 7 years, he had to break through to the peak of law enforcer and wait patiently for the leafless trees' branches to grow leaves. That would be the day he left the 1,000-star city. However, according to the leafless tree, this period of time was between 5 to 8 years. The only problem was that the leaves had grown out, but the old turtle couldn't hold on much longer. Unfortunately, this kind of thing could only wait. During this period of waiting, they could only teach students explore the 3 holy lands or explore secret realms. Therefore, there was plenty of time. Just when Han Fei was about to ask how to activate this star bead, a voice suddenly came over. "Are you from the Thug Academy?" "Well, 2 law enforcers and 4 peak-level hidden fishers." "Why? Is this the full strength of the Thug Academy?" Han Fei glanced over and saw 7 or 8 young people in their 20s walking towards him. Among them, there were only 2 peak-level hidden fishers and 6 law enforcers. Behind them followed a middle-aged man and an old man. Compared with Ku Shui, they were probably at the level of a peak-level law enforcer. Needless to say, this group of people was coming for them. Otherwise, how could they coincidentally find them when there were so many people in the sky and on the ground? Besides, the other party didn't hide it at all. They had long known that Han Fei and the others were from the Thug Academy. In the local dialect, they were here to pick a fight. Luo Xiaobai asked, "What's it to you?" Zhang Xuanyu chuckled. What do you mean? Tell me." Han Fei said contemptuously, "If you're not from the 7 major sects, then you must be from the big families. Why did they send a bunch of good-for-nothings like you?" Han Fei's words were as arrogant as ever. Arrogant, despotic, insufferably arrogant, and downright dandy. These were the basic principles of a sailor. It was the same as the people in the tavern who would pull out their weapons at the slightest disagreement. With old Han and the Thug Academy, the 1,000-star families didn't dare to act rashly. This was a balance. As long as this balance wasn't broken, it didn't matter if Han Fei was lawless in the 1,000-star city. Why would he care about some cannon fodder who came to pick a fight with him? As soon as Han Fei said this, the faces of several people opposite him changed, and their eyes immediately showed fierceness. The young man who spoke sneered. "It seems that you are Han Fei. You are really as arrogant as the rumors say. Who do you think you are in the 1,000-star city? Han Fei chuckled. Who do I think I am? I am something that can make you kneel on the ground and call me Grandpa. Why don't you try me? The man shouted, Han Fei, you're courting death. Han Fei touched his chest and grimaced. Oh, I'm so scared. Come and challenge me if you can. How about a life-and-death battle? I've been to the south and the north, and I've fought with Blue Feather. Who the hell are you? Where did you come from? Puff. Lilualua laughed. What kind of words are these? However, looking at his rascally appearance, he really looked like a loafer in the village. No one was more like him. Lu Rinquang took out a small dried fish, stuffed it into his mouth, and said, In terms of insulting people, these children of the big families are far inferior to Han Fei. Zhou Ling watched this scene silently. Although she had seen this kind of provocative dialogue several times in the village, it felt a little strange to hear it from Han Fei. Before the young man on the opposite side spoke, the peak-level law enforcer behind him shouted, Han Fei, watch your words. If there's a next time, before he finished speaking, Han Fei interrupted him directly, Shut up. Who the hell do you think you are? Do you have the right to speak here? Han Fei said domineeringly, Don't talk nonsense with me. Not to mention that you can't beat me. Do you think these two peak-level law enforcers dare to attack me? My father is a venerable. Who the hell dares to cripple me? Humph! Even a group of iron-head fish can't compare to me. Han Fei had no shame at all when it came to bragging. This was the truth. He had just come here. So why didn't he put a Buddha in front of him and wait for others to beat him up? The man in the lead was livid with anger and clenched his fists. He had never met such a traitor before. Scolding people was as easy as spraying water. It was he who came to pick a fight. Why did it seem that he was the one who was picking a fight? In the crowd, a girl in a green dress snorted. Country bumpkin unsightly. Han Fei said disdainfully, Yes, we country bumpkins can't compare to you city people. We've been living a comfortable life since we were young. Even when you sleep, you have to call someone to warm the bed for you. Hey, girl, do you have this hobby? Han Fei. The woman shouted angrily and her momentum soared. She was so angry that she wanted to attack him directly. However, a young man in the crowd stood up, blocked the woman who was about to lose her temper, and looked at Han Fei. If my guess is right, you just want to provoke us so that we can accept your challenge to a life-and-death battle, right? Once someone accepts this challenge, you'll just want to slaughter them, kill the shrimps, and startle the fish so that others won't dare to have any ideas about you. Han Fei touched his nose and said, Congratulations, you're right. But so what? Can you interfere by force or what? We haven't become law enforcers yet, and ordinary law enforcers are no match for us. Have you ever thought about yourself? Under Han Fei's ridicule, the young man said coldly, Han Fei, don't be too complacent. If you want a life-and-death battle, you might as well take a walk in the universe if you dare. Han Fei grinned. I don't dare. I have a lot of secret realms in my hands. Do you want me to go to the universe to find secret realms with you? Was my head hit by an iron-head fish, or was your head hit by an iron-head fish? The young man was about to speak, but Han Fei interrupted him. Oh, by the way, next time, please tell me your name if you want to talk to me. Remember, don't talk to me unless you're from a big family. I don't have time to talk to you. Someone sneered. Chu Jian, it seems that the Chu family has lost face. Han Fei glanced at the man who spoke. This man looked very thin, his face sickly, and his words were sarcastic. His words caused the leading young man's face to flush with embarrassment. Han Fei sighed leisurely and suddenly looked at the man. I'll remember you. What I hate the most are people like you who flatter me the most. Remember, if I meet you next time, I will kill you. The man's face was gloomy. I'm afraid you won't live until then. Han Fei glanced at them. Today, I don't have time to talk to you here. Next time you come back, remember to tell me your name. This time, forget it. There are too many people in the 1,000-star city. I can't remember them at all." With that, Han Fei turned around, took out a star bead, and said, "How do I use this?" Jiu Ling said, "Just inject spiritual energy." Without saying a word, Han Fei injected spiritual energy into it, leaving those who came to pick a fight with him to the side and let them be embarrassed. A dark blue oval teleportation array appeared in the air. Han Fei said, "Let's go in." "Senior Ku Shui, will you go in?" Ku Shui shook his head slightly. "No, young Master Han Fei." After Han Fei and the others went in, the old law enforcer behind the young men suddenly said, "Luo family, are you really going to offend the big families of the 1,000-star city for the sake of the 1,000-star city?" Ku Shui chuckled. "I've been serving my miss since she was a child. What does it have to do with the Luo family? Even if it has something to do with the Luo family, do you want to touch the Luo family? We can't beat you, but the divine manipulator family's ability to escape is unparalleled. Don't make the Luo family angry." Ku Shui leisurely walked to the edge of the Milky Way. There was a meadow there, suitable for resting. Chu Jian gritted his teeth and said, "They won't be fooled." Someone replied, "Anyway, I'm just here to try. I don't expect them to be fooled. Just wait for the day they become law enforcers." The third update, asking for votes. Tomorrow, the fourth update. There will be a big update in early May. I have my own things to deal with these days. End of this chapter. Chapter 10-11. In the ocean, there is a special scenery which is sand. In human knowledge, sand was extremely common. It was formed by nature after hundreds and thousands of years, or even billions of years. The sand was extremely fine. If it was magnified 1,000 times, the world of sand and stone would be like a resplendent galaxy, a wondrous sight to behold. However, something as magical as sand could also cause unforeseen events if there was too much of it. At this moment, they came to a seabed sandbed. At least as soon as Han Fei appeared, his perception spread out within 500 kilometers, and all he saw was sand and stones. At the bottom of the sea, there was a waterfall called the Sand Waterfall. There was nothing special about it. There were no less than 10 sand waterfalls at the periphery of the Scattered Stars Island. When water poured out of the Empyrean Waterfall, sand poured out of the sand waterfalls. However, for an ordinary sand waterfall, the flow of water was not very large. The moment everyone got to know the environment, Jiu Ling said, "Are we just going to ignore those people outside?" Han Fei explained, "Don't worry. Because of some sort of balance, they can't attack us now. They were no match for a hidden fisher. If it was a law enforcer, they wouldn't dare to make a move. This time, their goal is to provoke us and lure us into the universe. There might be traps set for us in the galaxy." Jiu Ling's eyes turned cold. "Shameless." Han Fei said casually, "We won't go to Galaxy for the time being. We can't give them a chance. They shouldn't be able to control the 3 Holy Lands. When the time comes, we'll go directly to the 3 Holy Lands." Luo Xiaobai suggested, "Let's take a look at the environment first. There's something under the sand. There's a kind of withered, yellow seaweed." Therefore, Luo Xiaobai immediately perceived something through the spiritual plants here. Han Fei also scanned the area and simply said there are a small number of mess-swallowing worms. However, they should be stronger than the mess-swallowing worms in the level 3 fishery. However, there aren't many mess-swallowing worms, and the shells are almost extinct. I'm afraid there are some large creatures here. Almost at the same time, they all asked, "Clam worms?" Luo Xiaobai shook her head. "It's different from the clam worms we know. Don't forget that the clam worm we saw last time lived in the undersea jungle. Although there's sand there, it's mostly made up of mud caves." Han Fei said, "Apart from the clam worms, there's also a very large fish." Jiu Ling couldn't help but look at Han Fei. "I didn't sense anything." More than 300 kilometers away, There's a kind of stupid fish that grows vertically. Since this is a hidden fisher-level secret realm, it can't be so simple. Let's go to the sand and have a look. Any one of them had the strength to fight against a law enforcement officer. Of course, he wasn't afraid of a mere sea of sand. When the few of them stood on the sand, Zhang Xuanyu struck out with a spear and directly nailed an ugly mess swallowing worm with a hard shell. Zhang Xuanyu said, "It's not strong, but its body structure is very strange, like sand." Han Fei took out his fishing rod and cast it out. The fishing rod pierced through the void and appeared more than 2,000 meters away. As Han Fei waved his hand, the mess swallowing worms were pulled out. It was more than 30 meters long, but that didn't mean it was powerful. Even ordinary mess swallowing worms were more than 30 meters long. When Han Fei pulled the mess swallowing worm closer, he found that the particles on the shell of this worm were obvious, as if they were covered with a layer of crystal powder. At this moment, the long body of the mess swallowing worm was twisting in the seawater, and some sand kept falling. In Han Fei's eyes, information emerged. Name sandworm introduction. Sand-eating worm sandworms like to eat rare gemstone crystals in the gravel and strengthen their bodies by refining these gemstone crystals. They are often buried in the sand. An adult sandworm is up to 30 meters long and has sand thorns in its body. Its joints can be broken and its body can be disassembled. Growing up separately is the basic ability of sandworms to survive. Level 42 quality, rare, contains spiritual energy greater than 1,618 points. Edible effect. Inedible, collectible, rare gem, absorbable. Remarks. A kind of mess-swallowing worm. Lu Renquang frowned and said, "I hate bugs." Li Luoluo rushed over. "I like bugs." Li Luoluo pinched the body of the sandworm with one hand and squeezed hard, directly crushing a scale of the sandworm. Li Luoluo said, "The shell of this sandworm is very hard. I feel that it's almost as hard as an advanced spiritual weapon." Han Fei waved his knife casually and cut the sandworm into two halves. A hideous head quickly grew out of the severed body of the insect, and it started to escape. Clap, clap. Luo Xiaobai buckled the two sandworms with vines and wondered, "It can split into two creatures." Han Fei shrugged and said, "It should be so. Let me cut it a few more times." Swish, swish, swish. In the blink of an eye, the mess-swallowing worm was cut into 8 pieces. To everyone's surprise, these 8 pieces were all alive, but their levels had become lower. Han Fei cut again and found that even if this sandworm was cut into 20 pieces, it was still alive. From 1 living creature to 20 living creatures. Boom! Han Fei smashed them with a punch, crushing all the 20 split sandworms. This time, these sandworms were really dead. At this time, Luo Xiaobai grabbed dozens of colorful stones. Li Luoluo reached out and grabbed all the stones in her hand. "This color is really beautiful." Luo Xiaobai said, "I think so. The mess-swallowing worms here can split infinitely. Unless they are completely crushed, they will split more and more. However, these mess-swallowing worms won't split on their own, or it's not time for them to split." Han Fei smiled and said, "Anyway, they're not strong. After splitting, they're even weaker." Luo Xiaobai shook her head and said, "No, I feel the aura of a spiritual plant from the body of this mess-swallowing worm." As soon as Luo Xiaobai said that, with several loud bangs, 5 or 6 withered yellow vines suddenly emerged from the sand. Li Luoluo jumped out with a swish. In the air, a few colorful worms appeared, and Li Luoluo returned to Han Fei and the others. Li Luoluo turned the corner and asked, "What's that? I didn't feel it just now." Luo Xiaobai explained, "It's a kind of spiritual plant, a kind of purple bamboo spiritual plant that can have consciousness." At this moment, as soon as the spiritual plant came out, a large mass rushed towards Han Fei and the others. Han Fei slashed out casually, only to feel a huge resistance with a clink. Although a part of it was cut off, why was it so hard? Luo Xiaobai said, "Hook it." Han Fei said, "No, let it hook us and go down to see its body." Luo Xiaobai was stunned for a moment and couldn't help but smile bitterly. Truly, the skilled were bold. One look, and one could tell that this spirit plant was not an ordinary item. Han Fei wanted to let this spiritual plant drag them over. With Han Fei's reminder, no one stopped him. But when the vine tentacles were about to reach Luo Xiaobai, they suddenly began to quickly retract their tentacles. Luo Xiaobai's face changed slightly. "It wants to run." Han Fei immediately flashed out, grabbed the vine, pressed down the law of gravity, and shouted, "Come on, pull it out!" Zhu Ling and Li Luoluo were dumbfounded. Is this the style of the Thug Academy? The spiritual plant had already hidden far away, but these people actually wanted to pull it out? At this moment, information appeared in Han Fei's eyes. Name: Jade-eating demonic vine. Introduction: a strange creature in the Sand Sea. It likes jade essence, is extremely tough, has great strength, and can reach the power of 2 waves. It is good at whipping and binding. The jade-eating demonic vine produces jade essence and can be refined into divine weapons. Level 58, quality, exotic, contains spiritual energy, greater than 19,998 points, effect, inedible, collectible, jade essence, absorbable. When Han Fei saw this information, he was taken aback. The power of 2 waves? Does a level 58 creature have such great strength? No wonder it was a little difficult for him to pull it without using any secret method. Sure enough, the danger of the secret realm was higher. Imagine if an ordinary peak-level hidden fisher were here. The strength of 8 million kilograms would be considered excellent, but he would be no match for this jade-eating demonic vine. Even if he used a secret method, he would at most be on par with this thing. However, this thing had many tentacles. At this moment, dozens of vines slapped across the air. Han Fei sneered, and the invincible knife, light, slashed horizontally, directly breaking the vine whip. At this moment, Luo Xiaobai grabbed the vine with one hand, her eyes white, and tried to control it directly. In a moment, the 6 of them were pulled out of a huge sand pit without using any secret methods. And Luo Xiaobai's level was higher than this jade-eating demonic vine. At this moment, she had successfully controlled it and let it climb out by itself. After a while, everyone saw a huge rhizome like an old tree root appear on the sand surface. 50 or 60 large tentacles and countless small tentacles were swaying with the waves. Han Fei curled his lips and said, "That's it? Hee, there must be more than one here." Zhu Ling said, "Look, this tree has been jade-like. Are those mess-swallowing worms raised by it?" Han Fei nodded. "Very likely. This means that in this sand sea, there's far more than one jade-eating demonic vine like this." Luo Xiaobai came back to herself and said, "There is indeed more than one spiritual plant. Through this spiritual plant, I can feel that in the central area of the sand sea, there is another largest one, which may have become a law enforcer." Zhang Xuanyu grinned. "So what? Can't the 6 of us defeat a law enforcer?" Luo Xiaobai thought for a moment and said, "No need. For us, it's not meaningful to defeat it." Han Fei nodded. "We are not short of resources now. A battle at this level is meaningless. Let's go out. Let's divide all the star beads. Deal with the dangers in some low-level secret realms, and then leave them to Xing Yu and the others. When we're done, let's go to the ruins." Luo Xiaobai couldn't help looking at Han Fei. "How many ruins are there?" Han Fei replied, 18. "Wow." Chapter 10-12. Zhang Xuanyu put his arm around Lu Rinquang's shoulder and heaved a long sigh. "We're just here to make up the numbers." Lu Rinquang reacted as usual. "That's great." With the experience of coming in, it was naturally easy to get out. Spiritual energy triggered the star bead, and the portal was opened. With a swish, they returned to the 1,000 star trial field. At this time, only 300 breaths of time had passed since they entered. If they hadn't stayed in the sea of sand for a while, they could have come out even earlier. They're out. In the distance, many people revealed surprised expressions. Just now, the collision between the disciples of the Thug Academy and the big clans didn't really break out, but it was impossible not to attract attention. In particular, some people from the 7 major sects were silently watching everything that had just happened. Of course, at this moment, they didn't come to find trouble with them. Chu Jian and the others also left, and no one came to attack. Ku Shui quickly came to the front of everyone. "Young masters, you're out already?" Luo Xiaobai said casually, "These secret realms are of little use to us. There's no need to explore them." Han Fei took out more than 200 star beads and fish skin maps and said, "Okay, in that case, let's split them." For most secret realms, if the problem was not too big, then there was no need to worry about it. If he encountered a few troublesome creatures, he would casually deal with them. Next, we will explore the ruins. Fatty, stay with Li Luoluo. Li Luoluo immediately said, "I'm a law enforcer. I can do it alone." Han Fei said with a smile, "You're just a temporary teacher of the Thug Academy, and the resources have been accumulated by the Thug Academy for a long time. Do you understand?" To put it bluntly, Han Fei only trusted Li Luoluo as a friend. In the world of cultivators, it was already very good to have a friendship. It was impossible for Li Luoluo to explore her secret realm alone. As the saying goes, one must always be on guard against others. As long as they weren't from the Thug Academy, he had to keep an eye on them. After all, it wasn't impossible for those aristocratic families to make deliberate arrangements in order to achieve certain goals. Why did he ask Lu Rinquang to go with him? This guy didn't seem to be very strong, but when he unleashed his full power, he was second only to Han Fei. The Overlord's technique and violent war body superimposed. The legendary creature Deep Blue Roar possessed him, and the Sky Devourer technique could swallow insects. If there was really something wrong with Li Luoluo, Lu Rinquang could completely suppress her. Li Luoluo had no objection to this. Of course, she wouldn't ask why Zhu Ling could explore alone. That was because Han Fei knew what Zhu Ling was like. She didn't hesitate to give him the comfort and nature technique. This was already a great deal of trust. 3 days later, on the square of the 1,000-star proving ground, the group of people became famous. The name of the Thug Academy had almost spread around here, because Han Fei and the others would come out almost every hour, and they even came out several times. He then took out a new star bead and opened a new portal. This frequency shocked everyone. Were there so many secret realms of the Thug Academy? Someone sighed. What's the background of this Thug Academy? With so many secret realms under their control, they are comparable to the aristocratic families. Someone said indifferently, "You'll know once you go back and do some research." The prestige of this academy used to be above that of the 7 major sections. Someone said, "I've already counted. In the past few days, this group of people has appeared in almost 200 secret realms. This is crazy. Could it be that none of those mystic realms can stop them?" Someone sneered. "Do you know who these guys are? Han Fei is famous in the unknown place. When he was an intermediate hidden fisher, he killed a law enforcer. Do you think a secret realm that isn't an explorer can stop them?" Swish! Han Fei appeared on the trial square. At this moment, he didn't plan to continue. This time he had a feast for his eyes. There were really all kinds of strange, secret realms. There were undersea jungles, sand seas, insect nests, undead creatures, shipwreck ruins, fish-tied canyons. Han Fei couldn't help but sigh. There were really all kinds of strange places in the ocean. After waiting for a full hour, Zhu Ling came out. As a law enforcer, Zhu Ling's exploration speed was very fast. In particular, she had mastered the seal, which made her almost invincible. After a while, Luo Xiaobai Zhang Xuanyu, Lu Renquang, and Li Luoluo all came out. Han Fei asked, "How is it? How many haven't been explored?" Luo Xiaobai shook her head. "No. After all, we didn't sweep all the way. We just need to confirm the degree of danger." Zhang Xuanyu curled his lips. "I just met an octopus and almost folded myself inside. However, I've cleaned up on my side." Lu Renquang nodded. "We've also cleaned up on our side. There are no more than 10 abnormal secret realms in total." Han Fei nodded. "Okay, from now on, we'll leave these secret realms to Xingyue and the others. Next, we'll go to the ruins. Those places are different from these ordinary secret realms. Let's go together." Luo Xiaobai nodded. "Okay." Li Luoluo added, "Actually, I think we can also go to the law enforcer's secret realms. After all, we have 6 law enforcers on our side." Luo Xiaobai shook her head. "Not for the time being. Through these ordinary secret realms, we can see that ordinary law enforcers can't sweep through them. If the strength of the law enforcer's secret realms reaches the level of an advanced or peak-level law enforcer, the danger will be completely uncontrollable." What Luo Xiaobai said was exactly what Han Fei was thinking. At present, he was the only one here who could fight against an advanced law enforcer head-on. As for the peak-level law enforcers, they wouldn't just stand there and call for help. For example, Qishuahuan, even if he called out his strongest weapon, punishing knife, he still couldn't kill him. From this, it could be seen that Han Fei and the others shouldn't set foot in the law enforcer's secret realms now. In Han Fei's hands, there were only a total of 18 relic secret realms. 8 of them were law enforcers, which meant that they could only explore the remaining 10 for the time being. As for the order of selection, it was naturally from low to difficult. First, it was the dangling fisher level. Han Fei said, "Don't think it's too low. Relic secret realms are the most mysterious. There will always be some strange information left in them. Let's look at them one by one." After opening the dangling fisher-level star bead again, they walked in and appeared directly in a sunken ship. In the dark waters, there was a flash of light, and the creatures began to flee. In such a low-level relic, of course, no one would chase them. Lu Renquang said, "Anti-Heaven Blade, have we returned to the level 3 fishery?" Luo Xiaobai shook her head. "Not necessarily the level 3 fishery. The level 3 fishery, and these places are all enclosed by humans. But this doesn't rule out the existence of the Anti-Heaven Blade in the outside world. There are many such waters, and there should be many relatively safe places." Han Fei released his aura, and in an instant, a large number of creatures on this huge sunken ship were fleeing. They were jumping oncomelania, octopuses hiding in the broken deck, cuttlefish, razor clams, red-browed prawns, and all kinds of starfish. Anyway, at the moment when the aura of the strong pressed down, hundreds of kinds of creatures began to flee frantically. After all, the level of this secret realm was too low, and the creatures here wouldn't be very strong. Luo Xiaobai said, "Don't destroy this secret realm. Leave it to Daji and the others in the future. To them, the danger of this secret realm is definitely not small." Judging from the position of the creatures that had just escaped, ordinary dangling fishers would have to fight all the way in, which was very dangerous. Han Fei nodded. "Yes, we just need to observe carefully. First of all, from the outside, this sunken ship looked very old, and it had a mast. But this thing couldn't be seen on fishing boats nowadays. Looking at the size of this sunken ship, it was more than 300 meters long, which couldn't be compared to today's small, ordinary fishing boats. Just from the appearance, Han Fei could confirm that this ship was the kind of normal ship that he knew, not used for fishing. Besides, there were 2 rows of skeleton-like railings on both sides of the hull. After so many years, it hadn't decayed, revealing the jade-like internal structure. And there was a dragon head on the bow of the ship, not a real dragon head, but a dragon head like the green wandering flood dragon that Han Fei had seen before. As Luo Xiaobai's spine swept, the hull covered by barnacles and seaweeds was exposed, and delicate patterns could be seen. And these patterns were not only seaweeds, but also various strange beast patterns. Seeing this, Han Fei narrowed his eyes. It's a ship left from ancient times. It seems to have been damaged in battle. However, the hull doesn't decay and has reached the quality of an ultra-quality spiritual weapon. Zhang Xuanyu exclaimed, F***A. This ship is very valuable. Lu Renquang was dumbfounded. We're rich? We should have come to the ruins earlier. Ju Yinling said, I've seen similar patterns in some ancient books, but there are very few records. Luo Xiaobai said, you have to look further. When they obtained this secret realm, it's impossible for the president and the others not to know the value of this ship. However, they didn't move. First of all, the Thug Academy doesn't need to sell ultra-quality spiritual weapons to make a living. What we want to obtain, we have to obtain it through experience. Wealth is just wealth. It doesn't really mean anything. Han Fei nodded. Yes, excluding the value of the ship itself. There must be something more meaningful inside. Let's split up and look around. It seems that there is no danger here.